CEO of the Atlanta Param Veers, Jayesh Patel. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming to the US Open. And congratulations on getting to the semi-final with Atlanta Param Veers. But right now we're talking about 22 yards storming in to the final of the prestigious US Open. The player of the match, well, we had a few candidates to go with. We saw a very good innings from Andrew McCarthy. He got 36. And we saw Sharfin Rutherford getting 68. They put on a partnership of 108 for the second wicket. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to announce on behalf of Cricket Council USA, the player of the match, and it goes to the left-hander out of Guyana, Sharfin Rutherford with 68 runs. And congratulations, Sharfin. We've seen a very good knock from you today. You, along with Andrew McCarthy, pulled it away. You were short of some runs in the series, so you would have to be very happy with your performance today.
Yeah, first of all, thank God for the opportunity. I know coming into this game, I always tell myself that I want to perform on the big stage, and it come out the way I wanted to. First of all, we bowl well as well to restrict such team for 132. And then, in the batting we had a little twist, but I put my hand up and I put it off for the team.
All right, Sharfin, as far as I can remember, this is your first year at the US Open. I will want to ask you two things. One, please remember, how is the facility here at in Lauderhill in Florida on this ground? Your first time I think you're playing here. And secondly, what do you think of the US Open?
Oh, well, for us, it's my second time here.
Oh, sorry.
I was here for CPL, but I didn't spend a lot of time in the crease. I got out for duck. But yeah,
your walk to the middle was longer than you stayed in the 22 yards.
Definitely. But this time, good pitch, good wicket. So, I was telling myself to just give myself some time, bat right through, and it did. And I think the force last year was to come to the US Open as well, and I had something to do. But, coming this year was exciting. The guys are proud to have me. They're excited to have me. So I always want to come. So I'm here now, so I just want to win it for them.
All right, one last question for you. I know you've been around the world. You've been with the Mumbai Indians. Didn't play a game, but you wouldn't matter because they have won the tournament. And also you've gone across to Pakistan, represented Karachi Kings. You've played with Babar Azam, one of the best in the world. And you even, in fact, you got him into the final. So how has been your experience at the IPL and certainly at the PSL?
Oh, well, it all started from the IPL, When I went to there was a lot of great players. So I learned a lot. I worked on my technique, on my fitness, and that's something that I always wanted to work on. And I had the help there, so it all started from IPL, going to the PSL, and moving forward I will just look to finish more games and help my team, because that's something I've heard over the past 2 years, to finish games. So that's something I've been working on.
All right, one last question. I keep saying one last. Supposing your good friend Chris Gayle and the Atlanta Param Veers gets into the final, do you have a plan?
That's your boss. Not a lot of plan, but at the end of the day, it's cricket. Better team win.
All right, congratulations, Sharfin Rutherford, and congratulations, the 22-yard. Wish you all the best of luck in the final.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have the presentation. The player of the match gets $500 US. All right, so thank you very much. Oh, sorry. All right, so thank you very much, Seema Patel, Jayesh Patel, and Zahir Khan. And that concludes our presentation with the news. 22 yards are into the final. Sharfin Rutherford, the player of the match.
Alright guys, so we're coming to you live from pitch side. My name is Sofyan Kamar. I'm the VP of Operations. I wear a lot of different hats. But here with me I have Danny Khan, the umpire coordinator. To my left I have the US All-Stars. Right next to him, the captain of the Atlanta Param Veers. And then right next to our committee member, I think Danny already handed off the coin. We're going to have a toss over here and figure out who's going to do what. Heads is the call. And the heads is the winner. So what would you like to do, sir?
We're going to ball first. We've been bowling first pretty much throughout the tournament. We have a decent batting lineup that allows for first innings. We have the targets out there and, plan our innings accordingly. So we're going to have a ball first and see how it goes.
That's a very big surprise for me because I've seen this man out here many times and he's never done that. So it's a very big surprise. So anything, what would you have chosen?
I think I would have a bowler, but just have to go and try to get as much runs on the balls as possible, and we have.
Any reason why you would choose to bowl?
The wicket is playing a bit slow, you know what I mean. So the more time we get, it will get drier. I think the ball will come on to the bat more. So.
Okay, well there you guys have it. We just had the toss over here, and the US All-Stars have decided to bowl, and we're going to go ahead and get this started. So they're going to head back in, and we'll see you guys in a few.
So welcome back to the Central Broward Regional Park. We're about to see the commencement of game number 2 by Param Veers and USA All-Stars. The Param Veers team reads Chris Gayle, Param Patel, Darpan Kumar Patel, Damian Ebanks, Wade Parnell, Marquino Mindley, Gart Garvey, Stephen Taylor, Rolando Ketu, Evroy Dyer, Johnson Charles.
Yeah, and the US All-Stars, Zishan Qureshi, Zishan Ashraf, Ali Shafiq, Jaskaran Malhotra, Rizwan Chima, Ravinder Paul Singh, Ali Khan, Saad Zafar, Rajesh Sharma, Honi Gori, and Ramiz Ahmed. So the boys are out in the middle. The fielders have taken up positions, and guess who is in the middle there? None other than the universe boss, Chris Gayle. He's come to the middle, and we'll wait and see who is the other batsman. But we are all set for game number 14 of the 2020 US Open, and it happens to be the second semi-final with the news as you have been following. So Darpan Kumar Patel, he comes out along with the universe boss Chris Gayle. There's none other in the world who has achieved more than Chris Gayle in T20 cricket or any cricket in general, and he's really been an outstanding player. He's played all over the world, and now he makes a stop in Lauderhill. Eddie Edwards, as Honi Gori will be the man to pick up the attack from the top end of the ground, and will come into bowl to the explosive Chris Gayle, who certainly needs no introduction.
So the big Jamaican look around the field, settles just about now, waiting on the arrival of Honi Gori. It's moving from the northern end right arm over the ball to Chris Gayle, and right away it's struck towards the point region. So immediately Chris Gayle is off the mark, and the Param Veers team, they won without loss. Darpan Kumar Patel, he's on strike. He's yet to open his account. So Param Veers certainly would want to follow in the footstep of 22-yard Sultan on a winning note and get into the finals for tomorrow's grand finale. So the USA All-Stars won the toss, and they asked the Param Veers team to take first strike. That delivery from Gori is played up to wide long on, and the batsman gets a single.
So Darpan Patel has come out to partner the big man, but Darpan Patel, he's scored heavily in the USA minor league cricket. We have gotten a couple of hundreds in T20 cricket this past season, so he's by no means just an ordinary man that has come out here with Chris Gayle, but the emphasis, of course, on Chris Gayle, the biggest marquee player to have visited the shores, and certainly the US Open, Eddie Edwards, in my memory.
In recent times, of course. Gori going now to bowl to Gayle, and Gayle is driving down towards cover. He has protection out in the deep, so they're only going to get a single. So Gayle goes on to 2.
So Gayle certainly has in his under his wing many cricket records, one of which he is the only batsman to have scored a triple in Test, a double in ODI, and 2 T20 international century. No one else has done that.
Honi Gori on his way now to bowl to Patel. Patel gets a little cutting back into the batsman. He had time enough to play out towards cover. So the batsmen remain, Chris Gayle remain on 2.
And the fact is Eddie Edwards will have to keep a tally if Chris Gayle strikes a maximum today. He's the only batsman also to have scored 1,001 maximums in T20 cricket.
What else is new about Chris Gayle? Beaten outside the line of the off-stump is Darpan Kumar Patel.
And that was in October, so not too long ago. And in this series, he has struck a couple of sixes already. So let's add 2 more to 1,001. So it's 1,003, and we'll have to wait and see if he gets going today and takes a couple of ball over the rope.
Saw him here a couple of nights ago. Got some 39. Was partnering with young Stephen Taylor. Very explosive then. It's wide delivery outside the line of the off stump. This time it is signaled and called wide by the umpire.
And Chris Gayle presence and certainly in the Atlanta batting lineup will require a lot more dependency on Chris Gayle, as we have seen a different looking Atlanta Param veers side. And certainly Chris Gayle will have to play with a lot of application and a lot of interest here, as the Atlanta Param veers will be hoping that he can come off with a big score. The winner here goes into the final.
The urgency is now. Gori on his way out to bowl to Dapan Patel. Patel gets it, pushing it back along the track. The bowler failed to his own bowling. The over comes to an end, and at the end of the first over, Atlanta Param veers their 4 without loss after being sent in by USA All-Stars.
Yeah, this has been a very good over from Honey Gore. And Eddie, we've seen players from all around the world. Honey Gore comes out of the Czech Republic, or at least he plays for them. And he has played a couple T20 International for the Czech Republic. That's a European country. And so he comes, makes a visit to the US Open. Ali Khan, it appears, marking up his run-up. And one of the hottest player on the world circuit these days, not only at the CPL level, but we saw Ali Khan getting a shot at IPL. He was drafted into the KKR lineup. And so Ali Khan comes into the attack here.
And the last time we saw Ali Khan here, he got some rough treatment. Was in for he got a shellacking. So let's see if what he had, if those beating that he got the other night, if he's going to change anything in this game.
So Chris Gayle will be the man on strike, and the universe boss waits patiently, as might be the side screen needs a little bit of movement again. We saw in the previous game when the left-handers were batting, Trevon Griffith and Malik from 22 yards, they had made an adjustment to the side screen that now has to be readjusted for the right-hander. And I think Ali Khan has made a choice to come around the wicket to the left-handed Gayle, so hence the movement, and I think we are ready again. And so this should be a very good contest. Ali Khan to Chris Gayle.
Right arm over the wicket to bowl to Gayle. Delivery outside the line of the off stump. Gayle had a swipe at it. So early now, Gayle has shown his intent very early in this innings, as opposed to the other innings that we've seen him in. He wants to make sure he gets a good platform and something to build on. He wants to get to the finals. And who would want to be? It's the US Open, the 12th edition 2020 style, here in sunny South Florida.
So Chris Gayle in the World Cup 2015, he hit the fastest ever one-day international century against Zimbabwe, and that came off 138 balls.
On his way now to bowl to Gayle. Over the top, they're gone for 1. Will it go to the boundary? Well, it's going to be pulled back just inside of the boundary rope, so Gayle gets 2 more to his tally. He goes to some 4. And the total is now some 6 without loss. Dapan Kumar Patel, he's on 1.
So Gayle, from the Atlanta Param veers perspective, will want him to fire off today to give them a very good chance of defending what is put on the board. But on the other hand, Ali Khan and company, they have different plans.
Delivery that pitch just about, maybe just above the pad. There's a little appeal there from Ali Khan, but not outside the umpire. The batsman in the meantime scampered through for a quick leg by. Takes the total now to 7 without loss. And it brings Patel.
Ali Khan and company, they have different plans. Delivery that pitch just about, maybe just above the pad. There's a little.
With the universe boss?
Well, he might be saying even if he's not that quick, we have to make sure that we get these singles, because those singles might come down to the wire, and those singles that we probably refusing will come back and bite us in the butt. So Dapan Patel
So we've heard the news already. 22 yards will be playing the championship game tomorrow. We are waiting on the winner here. And who will it be? The Atlanta Param Veers or US All-Stars?
We'll see. This one is gets a nasty little guide the way down to white third man and gets a single. So the moment continues. Goes to 8 without loss. Gayle is on 4. Dapan Kumar Patel, he's on 2.
So what an exciting tournament we've had again, Eddie Edwards, and you've got to say congratulations and really deservedly good luck to some of the boots on the ground. We've seen in the absence of Shah Zafar out of Toronto, Canada, who would have over the years been the tournament director.
Played into the offside.
But in his absence, we've seen Danny Khan, who's done tremendous work in getting things on the way. And Danny Khan, of course, not only coordinating the umpires, but certainly making sure that the logistics of the tournament move on. We still have 3 games a day, and things really have to move on time before a success is achieved. So Danny Khan has stepped in at the absence of Shah Zafar, and he's done a tremendous job in getting the cricket flowing, and so far so good.
So far so good. I have to give him his kudos. Congratulations there, Danny.
Oh, throw the offside from Chris Gayle, and that's the first boundary of the match. Chris Gayle on the charge. A lovely shot through the offside.
Yes, that one was tossed up there, and he hit it and hit it extremely well. Goes into the boundary board for 4. Chris Gayle goes to 8. 12 it is without loss.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot through the offside. And
Danny? Oh, throw the offside from Chris Gayle, and that's the first boundary of the match. Chris Gayle on the charge.
and perhaps if they get into the final to win here, the Atlanta Param Veers have always been present at the US Open, but they have never won. And as far as my memory serves me, I've never seen them in the final. Well, they have never been in the final, and we've seen them exiting during the course of the quarter final and sometime round of 12, round of 16. And so we'll have to wait and see if they can enjoy some bit of success now that they have one of the best in the world on their side. And Eddie Edwards, they'll be hoping that the boss man, the universe boss, really shows up and gives them a very good performance here today.
So the owners would have gone out and make sure that they get players to complement Chris Gayle, and they would have snapped up one of the biggest fish on the planet in terms of cricketing stars.
So Rajesh Sharma. Oh, this one is smashed into the onside. It's gone a long way. It's gone for 6. So that's the first US Open Fantasy 6. And it comes off the bat of Patel. That's a big strike. Force ball smashed out to the ground. Rajesh Sharma.
That's a good hit. Clean hit. It had the height. It has the distance. And it traveled all the way out of the ground. So big shot there by Dapan Kumar Patel. He goes now to 8. 18 it is without loss.
So Darpan Patel would have scored a couple of centuries in the minor league, playing for the Atlanta franchise. A big appeal. Now I'll say his umpire, it appears to be umpire Aditya Gajar. So umpire Aditya Gajar in attendance here. And the umpires have done a tremendous work. The likes of Jermaine Lindo, a couple of 1 internationals. And we haven't seen Vijay Malela because of the pandemic. And Vijay Malela would have done also some 1 international, having officiated in the ICC World League 2 series that played here last September.
So that ball from Rajesh Sharma played back down the track. The ball comes across and field with the assistance of the wicketkeeper. Here's Sharma. Darpan Patel on driving out towards Long On. Long On seems to be extremely busy these days, Lenny. The batters are going sky high. They're going on the ground. And they're making sure that when they go hard and high, it goes out of the park, out of the Long On region. So it takes its score now to 19 without loss. Chris Gayle is on 8. He's the man who's on strike.
So Chris Gayle also holds the record for scoring the most 6s against a particular country. In 1 international, he has a record of scoring 128 6s in ODI against England. That's the highest by any batsman to a particular nation.
Is there any record there that Chris Gayle doesn't have? It's one from Starmer, play down towards cover. This will run away for 4. And the only time that you see the man move is to retrieve it, because he realized that he wasn't going to give chase because it would have already beat him into the boundary board for 4. So good looking shot there by Chris Gayle. Just opening the face of the bat. Gayle, it's one from Starmer, play down towards cover. This will run away for 4. And the only time that you see the man
Very
move.
pleasant memory. Eddie Edwards, he's the first batsman in the world to hit all 6 balls in an over for 4 in a test. And he would have done that against England.
Certainly the big man, as I ask the question, is there any record that he hasn't hold? Or has there any other batters like Chris Gayle in recent memories?
So Ali Khan, it appears, will continue. First over went relatively well. If you're bowling and giving up 7 runs and over with a shot at Chris Gayle, then I think if I was the captain, I'll probably bring you for a second one, Eddie Edwards.
You think so, Lenny? 7 runs off the first over. That's the big fish you're talking about. Yes, I would bring him back for another one. See what the youngster would do. You can't kill his spirit. Here is he on his way now to bowl to Darpan Patel. And this one is beaten outside the line of the off stump. He was going for the mid-wicket area.
Yeah, we've seen Darpan Patel not productive so far against the faster stuff. We saw bowling from Honey Gori in the first over. Got the ball to cut back from the off stump and presented some problems to Darpan Kumar Patel. And now we saw Ali Khan, a ball outside the off stump, making some bit of height, a play and a miss.
Length and line is the order of the day as opposed to speed. Here is Yanis went out to bowl to Darpan Patel. The playing back towards the bowler. And he looking now as if to say, I don't know how that ball didn't go through.
Yeah, a couple of a couple of banter here as the big man universe boss goes down to have a tap of the crease. Darpan Kumar Patel exchanging some pleasantries with Ali Khan, or is it the other way around?
I think it's the other way around. Well, these two, let's see who will get the better end. Ali Khan gets there, he turns just about now, coming back to his bowling mark.
And Ali Khan, what a poster boy for the US Cricket Open, a man who started his cricket in this series.
On his way now to bowl to Darpan Kumar Patel, gets it a little bit wide outside the line of the off stump, flashed at it, missed it completely. It's taken by the wicket keeper.
Yeah, Ali Khan, a very aggressive fast bowler. He's into the face of Darpan Kumar Patel. We'll have to see who wins the battle. So far it's gone Ali Khan's way with 3 dot balls in this over.
And that is what I enjoy, sitting in the commentary box and the bowler and the batter, they're going at it ball after ball, and in the end sometimes it is the bowler who gets the victory.
So Ali Khan with tails up, 3 dot balls in the over so far.
Wide delivery down the leg side, just drifting away from the batter. So Ali Khan will have to do that again. He will have to bowl it over.
So coming back to the point I'm making, that Ali Khan is a perfect poster boy for the US Cricket Open. Would have really started his career in one of these tournaments. Played with the likes of Bravo and Sunil Narain and Evan Lewis and company. And the story goes that it might have been Dwayne Bravo who saw talent in Ali Khan, and the rest is history.
Here's Giannis running out to bowl to Darpan Patel. This one is swinged away down towards backward of square. It will run into the boundary board for 4. Couple of bounces there, Lenny.
Yeah, Darpan Patel has taken on Ali Khan, and for now he's won a minor battle. Ball going down the leg side with a lot of pace, and Darpan Kumar Patel has nothing to lose. He's Darpan Kumar Patel. He's up on 13 so far. Run a ball 13.
Yes, I'm pretty much sure that Chris Gayle is out there urging him on to take on Ali Khan. So 28 it is without loss. Chris Gayle is on 12. Patel is on 13. And now there's a Now the extra cover being imposed. Well, let's see. So Darpan Patel at the striker's end. Chris Gayle at the non-striker's end as we watch Ali Khan moves in from the southern end. Driving back past the bowler, the service way to hit it past the bowler. It runs away into the boundary board for 4.
Patel continues to carry the fight here to Ali Khan. He's beginning to win. He's beginning to flourish now, and Ali Khan has gone for 9 in the over so far.
That delivery was pushed up there, and Darpan Kumar Patel saying to himself, and probably easy as Sunday morning, back past the bowler for 4.
Yeah, Patel is doing the right thing. You don't play, sometimes you don't play names, you play ball.
That's exactly right.
So Ali Khan runs in again.
On his way now to bowl to Darpan Kumar Patel. Delivery flicked away down towards the wide mid-wicket region. They thought about going for a single but decided against it in the final analysis. The over comes to an end, and at the end of over number 4, the Atlanta Palm Veers 33 without loss. Chris Gayle is on 5. Darpan Kumar Patel, he is on 18. That is the latest score here from the Central Broward Regional Park. So the sun has left us once again, Lenny. It is just some dark clouds on the northern side of the ground. Nothing really to worry about. I am not sure if there's rain in the forecast. So it's going to be the Universe boss who is on strike. And it's going to be the continuation of Rajesh Sharma on his way.
So Sharma, first over went for 11, not good.
Here is he now bowled to Gayle, and Gayle is on driving out towards long on. This will go for 4. Well, it goes over the boundary board for 6. My word, 6 lovely runs to Christopher Gayle.
So that takes him to unofficially what, 1004, 1005. We don't have all the official records here, but Sharma, first over went for 11, not good.
Here is he now bowled to Gayle, and Gayle is on driving out towards long on. This will go for 4. Well, it goes over the boundary board for...
But nevertheless, he has picked up a nice one here from Rajesh Sharma. It's gone first ball 6. This is going to be an interesting over for Sharma.
It is going to be an interesting over because Chris Gayle seems to be in a very good mood. Seems to want to take everything from Sharma now out of the park. Settles just about now. Sharma to Gayle. Gayle gets the delivery. He was in 2 mind, and in the end managed to get down towards the back of the square position.
So Chris Gayle in this series didn't bat one of the games, and the other 2 games, let's see who got him out. One is Devendra Bishu.
And the other one, I think it was
Mark
Zishan Qureshi.
No, Mark Dial.
Mark Dial. So here is played up towards wide long off. Batsman gets a single.
Yeah, I was coming through the airport at Hollywood International from United Airlines when I saw Gayle was dismissed by Mark Dial, and certainly the upset of the tournament when that team got the better of Atlanta Param Veers, and Atlanta Param Veers played well in the last game to not only put points on the table, but they were able to even go past 22 yards based on NRR.
And get themselves into a very good position to be in the semis. So here is Rajesh, and this one Gayle is backing away and just slap it down towards cover. Can't be the man in the cover position. Good bit of feeling there. So total remain on 40.
So the Atlanta Param Veers really backing Gayle for a big one here today, or at least a score that can put enough runs on the board to defend.
Here is Rajesh on his way now to bowl to Gayle. Gayle looking to swing it down towards the back of the square, fine leg area. The ball just pushed into the onside, coming off the glove of Chris Gayle, and the over comes to an end. At the end of the over, Atlanta Palm Veers 40 after being sent in by US All-Star. Chris Gayle is on 19. Darpan Kumar Patel, he's on 18. That is the latest score here from the Central Regional Park. And I'm going to take a break.
Yeah, I want to say special good afternoon to some folks in New York. Want to say special good afternoon to Ravi Etwaro, Warren Figuera out in New York. As we welcome back Bilal. Bilal, we are off to a good start here, not bad. And the universe boss in the middle, he's not an easy man to contain, especially in T20 cricket. Many have tried around the world, even at the international level. And so far, so good. They've posted 40 so far. Gayle on 19, and along with Darpan Kumar Patel, he's not been bad himself. And so things are on the way here, having been sent in Atlanta Param Veers. And we know who one of the finalists are.
Oh, yes. So Param Veers, good start. 40 runs in 5 overs, run rate of 8. They're playing it safe. Semi-final game. They just have to be conservative about their approach, keep wickets in hands, and make sure that one flow is there.
So Multan Sultan product. Ali Shafiq gets the ball.
See the first ball being smacked into the square leg area for a maximum. So there we go. First ball. Ali Shafiq, and it was dispatched to the backward square leg area. Maximum, another 6, 46 for no loss for Param Veers.
Yeah, wrong line here from Ali Shafiq. Ball sliding down the leg side, and Darpan Kumar Patel just helping the ball away with a swing of the bat. He's a top-class player, and he's along with the universe boss. They're here to get this semi-final out of the way, and then we'll have to wait and see who will take on 22 yards. U.S. All-Stars. They have gone into 2 finals over the years. They have won 1 against Al Masafi, and they lost 1 final against Somerset Cavaliers. Somerset Cavaliers, as we all know, has crashed out of the tournament, outplayed by 22 yards.
So that was the biggest upset right there. So Ali Shafiq, it's a big appeal, but umpire turns it down. So this was a better delivery from Ali Shafiq. Last one was just guided over the square leg for 6 runs, but he made a good comeback by Ali Shafiq. He's the type of bowler who can be counted upon. It's a big game, and U.S. All-Stars, they need wickets. They need to get rid of a few big guns here in order to contain them. Because in a semi-final game, as we have seen on this pitch, Lenny, they don't want to chase more than 130 or 140. So Ali Shafiq getting ready for the next ball here. Oh, see, so on target again. See, it was a good ball.
So good bowling here from
Ali Shafiq, yep.
Ali Shafiq. First ball, he's gone for 6. And now he's come back well. And Bilal, I know our audience can't see this, but I saw a gentleman running around this ground, and he's gone several times around the ground. He's on the left side over there, a man with a white. So I think he's gone around this park about 4 times now. He's trotting around. He's certainly slowed up in speed, but hey, I think he's using the time not only to come and watch cricket, but he's come here to maybe get some much needed exercise.
Probably practicing for a marathon. So let's see, get one right there. So this one bowls him, Ali Shafiq. Frustration for the batsman, Deepan Kumar. He hit the 6 on the first ball. The next few deliveries were great deliveries and no runs. Few dot balls, pressure created, and as a result, mill stump uprooted.
So Ali Shafiq makes an inroad here. He's taking care of Darpan Patel. Patel has batted 20 balls, 24. He played some lovely shot. Was quite enterprising. But they've lost their first wicket now. Atlanta Param Veers. They're 1 down for 46 on the board.
So that's what U.S. All-Stars were looking for, to get the first wicket, and that's how you get into second and third. So let's see how things go about now for Param Veers, with well-settled batsmen gotten out, and now Gayle has to partner with Johnson Charles, who doesn't need
much needed exercise.
Probably practicing for a marathon. So let's see, get one right there. So this one bowls him, Ali Shafiq. Frustration for the batsman, Deepan Kumar, he hit
Johnson Charles, top player in T20 cricket, having played many years in the CPL and have gone on to play in other franchise league around the world. And so now he comes in here to join his old friend Gayle.
Well-known commodity for West Indies. To the big total for US
Charles comes out of one of the island, and of course Gayle, we all know he is a Jamaican.
Right. Ali Shafiq bowling his 5th ball now. Oh, this is a strong appeal here. They're still going, and umpire shakes his head.
So big appeal. Ali Shafiq is asking question, not says the umpire. And I know if this was an international game, there are certain restrictions on how the appeal goes sometime.
So once umpire rejects the appeal, of course, I mean, that's it now. The batsman is declared not out. That was a great delivery for Johnson Charles. The first ball that he was facing caught him in his crease. I believe the umpire gave him benefit of the doubt. Maybe the ball hit him outside the off-stump line, but it was certainly going on to crash into the middle of the leg.
So Johnson Charles facing a couple of balls, comes from St. Lucia, and that completes over number 6 as 46 for 1.
So see, his field restrictions are over now after 6 overs. Nice total there. I mean, for the loss of 1 wicket, Lenny, 46 for 1, not bad, especially when you have Chris Gayle out there, and they have 14 more overs to go now. Umpire signaling the end of the field restrictions, so they can have more than 2 fielders outside of this 25-yard circle. So a good over from Ali Shafiq. The first ball, the pace was used, dispatch over backward square leg, and after that, he did not let any of the batsmen settle down. Great line of land. What a comeback after being hit for a 6. So trial by spin now against Chris Gayle.
So Rajesh Sharma continues.
Johnson Charles refuses a single. Chris Gayle still facing Rajesh Sharma, trial by spin. And we know that it's really hard to contain Chris Gayle. If he gets a ball in his zone, it will be dispatch. He's down to deep mid-wicket area for a single now. Chris Gayle.
So Johnson Charles comes back into strike, having played 34 T20 International and 48 ODI. So Johnson Charles, he's hot on the market in T20 cricket. And so he's partnering Chris Gayle, who has so far put 20 on the board off 16 balls. We've seen the departure of Deepan Kumar Patel. He fell for 24. And still 82 balls to go. We are in the 7th over.
See Johnson Charles, taking it easier. Just makes it down to square leg area for a single.
So Rajesh Sharma comes to the US Open as an Omani national player. He would have played a couple of T20 International for Oman over the years, so pretty much every other player we've seen on the circuit here in the US Open have not only represented local clubs, but have gone on to represent their national teams wherever they are.
See Ajay Sharma again, the leg stump line there, and then just pushes down to the deep mid-wicket area for another single, Chris Gayle. So, his style, it seemed like that he just wants to settle down and then wait for maybe the later overs to put up a charge or wait for the bad delivery. So we don't see a typical Gayle here. But, you know, he wants to make sure that he gets his team over the line. And the only way they can get there is to put up a big total here.
So Johnson Charles is going through the square leg area. Fielder comes around.
Oh, see, it's a great fielding.
It appears to be Saad Zafar, I think it is. He did well to save a boundary, save 3 runs in the process. But the 50 comes up here for the Atlanta Param Veers, having been sent in. 50 on the board, Gayle on 21, Charles on 2.
Into the 7th over now. We go Rajesh Sharma is the last year, so it's been a great over by Rajesh. So he only gave up 5 singles in this over. Not bad in a T20 game. I think what really worked in his favor was the lift of restrictions, that there were more fielders outside the circle that really helped him out. But, you know, he bowls in some good length. Line of length has been great for him in this over, Rajesh. Now we're into the over number 8.
So it appears Ali Shafiq will continue. He bowled impressively in the first over. Got a confident wrap on Johnson Charles's pad in the last over. Really was asking questions. It's good if you're not getting wicket, at least you're asking questions. Appeals are good. It simply means that the bowler has really gotten the better of the batsman. So fact is he'll be bowling to Chris Gayle as Ali Shafiq, a man who plays at the franchise level for Multan Sultan. And when he's back there, of course, he's got the likes of Junaid Khan, Mohammad Irfan, Imran Tahir, Fabian Allen, and Shahid Afridi, part of the lineup in which he forms a part.
Yes, and including his friend, who's the wicketkeeper in this game, Zishan Ashraf. So both of them, yeah, they have been in a great company with Multan Sultan.
So ball cut away, can't score. And while I have you here, Bilal, Mohammad Irfan was slated to come, but because of the COVID situation, he is certainly not here. One of the tallest men in certainly international cricket or franchise cricket. But I understand that there's a player even taller than Mohammad Irfan, Mudassir Gujar, standing at 7.6, trying out for one of the franchise in Pakistan Super League. Are you aware?
Oh yes, I mean he's been tried out now. You know how it is. He's at first. You need to go to first class, get some practice to make sure you're ready for the big stage. But with that type of height, there's a lot of risk. How can you maintain your fitness? That's the bigger challenge for tall bowlers.
So a couple of good balls in this over. Chris Gayle is running a quick single. And a throw to the stumps by Ali Shafiq misses it completely. And the big boss, the universe boss, ran quickly. He crosses the mark for a single, 52 on the board.
Yeah, it was a bang play, and it could have been extremely close had it hit the stumps. So Ali Shafiq, the youngster, quick to the ball, shy at the stumps, but we know Big Boss was able to make it, but he missed the stumps.
So Ali Shafiq, he continues to bowl well. He's only given up 7 runs so far. His first over went for 6, and in T20 cricket, you've got to say he's been quite miserly, and he's bowling to 2 top-class T20 player.
Yeah, so Johnson Charles, I can tell you right now, he's not going to hold up or stay around for so long, as naturally he's an attacking player. So we should see some fireworks from him. So
22 yards are into the final. We saw some brilliant batting from one Sharfane Rutherford. He got 68. And we saw Andrew McCarthy getting 36. Big partnership, some 108 that saw them into the final. For the first time in 3 years, we would not be seeing the Somerset Cavaliers brand. And so things will be a little bit different this year. We'll have a new winner.
Yeah, that's for sure in 2020. So again, Gayle is taking it easy out there. Ali Shafiq, he knows he can create some trouble for him. The pace is on. Ali Shafiq is right on target, except for the first delivery. So Gayle understands that, you know, he needs to stay out there in order for Param Veers to put up a big total.
So US All-Stars, we've seen use Gauri, we've seen them use Ali Khan, we've seen a bit of Rajesh Sharma to come. I'm pretty sure Saad Zafar will get a bowl. Zishan Qureshi has been among the wickets.
They have plenty of options, a lot of all-rounders, and the captain is extremely happy when you have so many options available in bowling.
So we have also seen Ramiz Ahmed and Ravinder Paul Singh part of the bowling lineup here. Ball getting a streaky bit of edge there. Goes to the man a backward square. He was able to knock it down a single and takes the big man up to what, 23, 24? Might gone up to 24. Yep, 54 for one.
Diving stop, and that prevented probably, I think he saved 2 to 3 runs, extra runs for US All-Stars. Now Johnson Charles planning to face the last delivery of Ali Shafiq. So current run rate has dropped down to 6.9, and I'm sure they're thinking some boundaries here now. And Ali Shafiq runs in. Another good delivery there, and Johnson Charles, you know, wants to extend his arms, or waiting for the ball in the slot. None of that is happening. Another great over by Ali Shafiq. Only conceded 3 runs, Lenny.
Yeah, another good over from Ali Shafiq, sure. And Chris Gayle and Johnson Charles out in the middle. Chris Gayle holds the joint record along with Yuvraj Singh and Hazratullah Zazai for the fastest T20 half century in 12 balls. So the big man is out in the middle along with Andre Russell headlining the marquee players bracket at the US Open in 2020. Also we've seen the likes of Wayne Parnell as part of the big players contingent.
So I know when he joined in IPL, the Punjab team, and they started winning, and I know that he also scored a few 50s. He was very happy about that, and you know, all over in social media we heard about the boss has arrived.
So 22 yards, coming back to 22 yards. They played impressively well, led by Jesse Singh. And so the boys from 22 yards will enjoy some bit of glory. At least they'll be in the final. We will never know who will win, at least for now. And so far, the Atlanta Param Veers, they have lost the toss. They were sent in by US All-Star by Zishan Qureshi. Oh, this one is smashed into the offside. Will it give the fielder a chance? It does! And accepted. And so that's the end of Johnson Charles. Well judged catch by the man at long off. And the second wicket goes down. It comes off the bowling of Rajesh Sharma. Johnson Charles' goal is 55 for 2.
Yeah, so as we were talking about Johnson Charles, he's not going to hang around for so long without extending his arms. With a swing of a bat, it went straight to the long off fielder, and it was a well judged catch. Second wicket down for Param Veers.
So Chris Gayle stands alone in the middle, and he awaits the new batsman. Could be Stephen Taylor. Another exciting US player, Stephen Taylor. He's had quite a few opportunities at not only the US national level, but we've seen him in the CPL quite a few times. And while he may not have been given a lot of opportunities to play in the first 11, a couple of opportunities have come his way, but he's been with the US national setup from a very, very early age. I remember he may have played on the 15 for the US and then on the 19 and then senior cricket. So he's a player who's been on the sort of the national/international circuit for some time, and he comes in here to join the big man, the universe boss, Chris Gayle, out in the middle, 55 for 2.
Yeah, the combination of youth and experience
Star by Zishan Qureshi. Oh, this one is smashed into the offside. Will it give the fielder a chance? It does! And accepted, and so that's the end.
Keep wickets in hand and also keep up with the run flow, because that's what they need. They don't want to put a lot of pressure on themselves going into the 12th, 13th, or 14th over with low runs.
So wicket apiece for Rajesh Sharma and Ali Shafiq. So Stephen Taylor, the local boy here in South Florida.
So he lets it go. Just wants to make sure that he understands how a bowler is approaching his strategy against Stephen Taylor. So Stephen Taylor is going to face Rajesh Sharma again. It's on the leg side, some a strong appeal, but umpire siding with the batsman. Was going down the leg side, and I know Stephen Taylor is probably upset that he missed out on this one.
So they're going just over 3 runs and over, 6.3 to be exact. So certainly not a runaway total here for the Atlanta Param Veers, and so far so good. They'll be quite happy with the way things have gone. They will be quite happy that Chris Gayle, A, hasn't exploded, B, we have not allowed him to.
Yes, A plus B. They are happy about both. So Rajesh Sharma will be bowling his last delivery in 1 for 26 so far.
So 9 overs gone. It's 56 for 2.
Yep, so there you go, Rajesh Sharma. Quickly finishes up his allotted quota, 4 overs, 1 for 26. Wonderful performance by Rajesh Sharma. I think he really helped U.S. All-Stars to contain Param Veers. Chris Gayle, you know, having a strike rate of 100, almost 100. We haven't witnessed this a lot throughout his career. Even in the test games, right, to see he would come and, of course, make his way. But this is a T20, but we understand he is taking the responsibility. Good to see that from a senior. So trial by spin again. From both ends, seemed like Rajesh Sharma just finished his 4 overs, and now we have Stephen Taylor ready. Plays it safely towards point. No run there. We go again. And this time push down to long off for a single.
So Chris Gayle makes his first trip to the U.S. Open, and the U.S. Open over the years, Bilal has had a fair amount of visitors here, especially at the international level. A few years ago, we saw the Bravo boys here, Dwayne and Darren. And then, of course, we've seen the likes of Sunil Narain. We saw Johnson Charles not too long ago. We saw Evan Lewis. And not forgetting, from time to time, we would have seen some former Pakistani players. So
Yes.
Gayle has, he's on 25, 57 for 2. So the bowler trying to, along with the wicketkeeper, Zishan Ashraf. He's a senior man in what goes on in this team, along with Zishan Qureshi.
Let's see. So there's Chris Gayle. And flicks it over to final leg area for another single.
So Ravinder Paul Singh, the Canadian international, he gets an over here at least. And a man who is he's more of a middle order batsman but can bowl a little bit, and so he comes into the attack here. And Stephen Taylor on a couple. Gayle is on
So two lefties out there. The strategy that from the U.S. All-Stars is to bring on an off spinner, see if they can attack him, and make it harder for them to score any runs. And there's a quick so there's a direct hit. It's always dangerous. Stephen Taylor in the mix of the action here. A direct throw. And make it harder for them to score any runs. And there's a quick so there's a direct hit. It's always dangerous. Stephen Taylor in the mix of the action here. Hit and a miss. When the ball's saying, you see, he's varying his pace. That's what he's doing here.
So he's bowled well in the over so far. We've only seen a couple of runs.
So it was a quick one. So conceded only 2 runs.
So 10 overs gone, 59 for 2. Taylor and Gayle out in the middle. So Zishan Qureshi, the captain, comes into the attack here with Stephen Taylor and Chris Gayle out in the middle here, oddly.
It's like the last time we saw Zishan Qureshi bowling, he picked up a couple of big fishes here.
So both
can't forget the big celebration, and why not?
So a couple of big fishes out in the middle. With Stephen Taylor and Chris Gayle. So no ball. And that is because the ball had pretty much gone on the other pitch. So 60 for 2. Free hit coming up. Stephen Taylor will be the man on strike. Here we go. Free hit ball. Ball given a lot of air, and Stephen Taylor has teed off on the green, and it's gone for the maximum. That's a big shot here from Stephen Taylor. Always was going to swing for the fences, and Taylor will be the man on strike. Here we go. Free hit ball. Ball given a lot of air, and Stephen Taylor has teed off on the green, and it's gone for the max.
US Fantasy Maximum by Stephen Taylor, and why not? You can be out by getting caught. You can only get out by running yourself out when you are having a free hit. But for those who are just joining, I just want to let you know that, or just to remind you that there will definitely be a new champion this year, because the defending champions Somerset Cavaliers were sent packing by 22 yards earlier.
So some of the players, well, a wide has been bowled, so. And this one straight down the ground from Stephen Taylor. And it goes away for a 1 bounce 4. So Taylor on the charge in this over. 12 runs in the over so far. 3 balls bowled, 3 legal balls. And that's another boundary for Atlanta Param Veers. They're up to 71 for 2.
They definitely pick up the ante right now, because they were just cruising at 10 overs. At 10 over mark with only 2 wickets. So they're saying it's time to do the job.
So Vinod Mamchan has indicated to us a list of some of the players who would have played on the CPL circuit and have visited the US Open at some point. Param, Russell, Lewis, Stewart, Narain, Emrit, Mark Dial, Fidel Edwards, Kinar Lewis, Kisundat Magram, Rutherford, who bat brilliantly today, Trevon Griffith, who will be appearing in the final. And not forgetting Ashmed Ned, and I think Kevin Sinclair should make that list, as he would have played for the Guyana Amazon Warriors CPL. Man, this one is hoisted into the onside, gone a long way, gone for 6. Of the battle, Stephen Taylor, the young local talent out of South Florida. He's entertaining the audience here today. And 19 runs in this over so far with still a ball to bowl. Is 79 for 2. As he would have played for the Guyana Amazon Warriors CPL. Man, this one is hoisted into the onside. Gone a long way, gone for 6. Of the battle, Stephen Taylor, the young local talent out of
Scoring because they were relaxing in the first part, and of course with wickets in hand, that's when they're going to turn loose. And did I hear Kishmash Santoki? Name 4, he also plays here. Santoki?
Yeah, Santoki would have made the list too. Yeah, we can probably add. I'm pretty sure that like anything else, when you shortlist some players, there's always somebody missing.
Yes.
There's always somebody missing. And it's always sometimes it's an embarrassing situation. Have you gone to an interesting have you gone to a family event and you run the risk of calling all who contributed to the family event and leaving out one of the uncles around?
That's a problem. It's best for you to say in the afternoons when we're doing a cricket on Sundays, I say good evening, so and so, good afternoon, good evening to my fellow panelists. Try not to itemize because you may end up just forgetting somebody. So to be safe, just generalize. Yes, 22 yards was sent before they sent home Somerset Cavaliers.
So a big 6 here from Chris Gayle off the bowling of Ravinder Paul Singh. So we're beginning to see that both Gayle and Stephen Taylor beginning.
Yes, 22 yards was sent before they sent home Somerset Cavaliers.
So a big 6 here from Chris Gayle off the bowling of
Indeed, a big hit. That's what's expected from the big man. That's why he is here. He is one of the big draw, and there was much anticipated. We're waiting anxiously.
So here we go again. Chris Gayle has teed off himself, and this one has gone a long way. Another 6 here at the Broward County Stadium, again off the bowling of Ravinder.
Much anticipated. We're waiting anxiously.
So here we go again. Chris Gayle has teed off himself, and this one has gone a long way. Another 6.
And we know usually he would start off slowly, but then he would accelerate, and that's exactly what he's doing now. He is the boss, and he's saying who is the boss.
So a partnership of some 36 runs on the card here. Ravinder Paul Singh to the big man, universe boss, and so far he's given the Atlanta Param a good showing here today.
And we just want to give a shout out to Mr. Singh up there in Atlanta, the owner for the Atlanta Param Veers. I know he's listening, he's watching right now and he's have to be elated at what is happening right now. And he usually watches with his lovely wife and the rest of the family. So it's 92 for 2. Next landmark will be, will it be another 6 or 100? We're looking for the 100.
So we've got 49 balls to be bowled still, not counting wides and no ball. So that completes over number 12, 95 for 2. And that's the latest score here at the Central Broward Stadium.
Good going so far. And I know that the team itself, they will not be disappointed of what is happening right now. And we have the boss out there and Stephen Taylor having a little mid-pitch conference. And what are they talking about? Who should we take on? We can just use our imagination. One is saying, leave this to me and leave that one to me. But it's going to be, but 6s, the maximums are included in that plan.
Yeah, you get the impression with 48 balls remaining, Gayle has really planted himself to really bat on. But, you know, towards the end, if he's still there.
I think it will be in excess of 200 if he's still there.
Yeah, very strong player, hits the ball effortlessly, and it It travels a long way, 3 sixes and 2 fours so far. And Taylor himself, Stephen Taylor, has struck 2 sixes and 1 4. So Stephen Taylor has come to the party, so to speak. And so far a partnership of 39 between the pair. We'll wait and see who has been given the ball. In fact, Qureshi will continue. In fact, no, Jaskaran Malhotra comes into the attack here. So Jaskaran Malhotra, typically a wicket keeper, but he has done some bowling from time to time, and so he comes in. And ball cut away by Chris Gayle, running up towards the third man boundary. Ali Khan saves a boundary, saves a couple of runs. And the Universe boss just settling for 2 as the ball cut away nicely off the bowling of Jaskaran Malhotra.
Good bit of feeling there. Chased a long way, just pull it back, threw it back in as he ran over the boundary. And he certainly saved 2 for his team.
Oh, this one is clubbed straight down the ground. Strike the equipment over there, and it's gone for another maximum. This one a little bit flatter. And so Jaskaran Malhotra gone for 6. It's 102 here for the Atlanta Param Veers.
Right, so the 100 came up in the 13th over.
So this will take Gayle up to 49. I wonder, oddly, how many 50s Gayle have scored in T20 cricket over the years.
It's almost numberless. But I know it's a lot.
So 21 to Taylor, 49 to the Universe boss, and a partnership of 48 between the pair. We've seen a couple of wickets to have fallen. We saw that of Darpan Patel for 24, Johnson Charles for 3. Those have only been the success of the US All-Stars. Other than that, we've seen great batting so far from Gayle and Stephen Taylor.
Yeah, and when remember, there's a lot of batting to come. So just in case one of those batters should get out, they're gonna the bowlers are gonna be running into more trouble. And that's
so Malhotra brought on to the attack here. We haven't seen the bowling of Saad Zafar today. We haven't seen. Oh, that's the 50 to Chris Gayle. And he comes off some 36 ball. Let's see what he's done. 4 sixes and 2 fours. So the big man, as we have made mention, how many 50s? Numberless.
And he's living up to the repetition of hitting more sixes than boundaries in his innings.
So that completes over number 13. It's 106 for 2. With the news, 22 yards will be playing the championship game. We're waiting for our winner here. With the news, it's a 51-run partnership between Taylor and Gayle.
And what most people were looking for will not materialize. We're saying maybe it's going to be a clash between Chris Gayle, and I'm not saying they're in the finals yet, but that's what they're looking for. Chris Gayle and Andre Russell on opposite side, fighting it out, but then that's out the window.
So we were talking about the tallest man in cricket, and Shaw Faisal in Atlanta tells me that the fellow we were talking about, in fact, there's a cricketer taller than Irfan, Mohammad Irfan. Mohammad Irfan is 7'1". This guy is 7'5", and he comes out of the Lahore Qalandars line franchise. And I wonder if he's a fast bowler. I heard, but I'm not too sure. I would not go publicly and say, but I heard he's a spinner, but we will confirm that, I'm pretty sure. Somebody's listening out there and they'll tell us. But we're back with the cricketer, Ravinder Paul Singh. We'll continue. And Ravinder Paul has gone 2 overs for 17.
That one they're chasing down the boundary, towards the boundary.
Yeah, Najaf Shah we saw is a very tall man, and then Mohammad Irfan, he's taller, and then of course this guy here is the tallest.
Can just having a guy like, even if he's bowling spin, when he comes up to the wicket, the ball is coming right on top of your head.
So we're into the second semi-final. The final tomorrow is slated for 10 or 10:30. We'll confirm with the organizers, but it's a morning final.
Question is, will there be a second double hundred in this competition? Will this be the second? Of course, the first was the defending champion yesterday, Somerset Cavaliers. They made 216 for 4.
Well, let's see what we have here. We've got 39 balls remaining, so you never know.
White signaled by umpire.
And you got one of the most destructive batsmen to have ever played the game, Chris Gayle. He's on 50.
Along with the young destructive batsman, Stephen Taylor.
So big swing and a miss, and oddly we off the record we were talking about some of the players around the world who would have played for the most T20 franchises around the world, and we've got a name.
Yes, I leave that to you.
Well, from our little research, we found out that Shahid Afridi, the Pakistani, has played for more T20 franchises around the world. Not too far from Chris Gayle, the man on strike. Oh, this one has gone a long way. And the fielder just looks up and lets it go. Another maximum, a US Open Fantasy maximum. And that is all not too far from Chris Gayle, the man on strike. Oh, this one has gone a long way. And the fielder just looks up and lets it go. Another maximum.
This is what the viewers are looking for. Unfortunately, we can't say spectators much in way of spectators this year because of the COVID. So they're not allowed to come in the ground. But those who are here are enjoying that. That's what they come inside here to see. The big man, Chris Gayle, teeing off over the boundary every time.
Yeah, massive 6 again from the Universe boss. And oddly, we saw in the series so far, we were wondering, we were talking off the air, it will be quite a delight the person who gets Chris Gayle wicket out of one of the big players. Let's say one of the players from Samp Army, or one of the players from Punjab Blues, or one of the players from Brampton Pacer would have gotten the wicket of Chris Gayle. That will be in memory for many, many years to come. But what we saw in this series, we saw his wicket was taken by 2 well-known players who wouldn't mind if they get the wicket of Chris Gayle, one being Devendra Bishu. And I would want to think that Bishu may have gotten Gayle already out in regional cricket in the Caribbean at some point. They're contemporaries. They've played around the same time. So we'll have to ask Bishu that. Bishu is still in the series. And one Mark Dial, who got the wicket of Chris Gayle. And maybe Mark Dial, we never know. These boys have played a lot regional cricket in the West Indies. But could you imagine if, for example, you had played in the series, oddly, and get the wicket of Chris Gayle? You would have him sign the ball?
Of course. I'm going to ask for that ball and get him to sign the ball and take it home with me.
It would be the most watched YouTube video that you'll ever see. I mean, how many hits? We'll have 10,000 hits and all by you?
Every time. I would make sure put that in a glass case, and all my grandchildren and everybody, any visitor to the house is going to know that that's the ball that I got Chris Gayle with.
In fact, not only getting the wicket of like Chris Gayle, you'll be quite, I wouldn't say much delighted, but you wouldn't mind if he strike you for a 6. It's something to talk about.
On the other side, I would be on the wrong side of the history. Yeah, but to be able to say I bowled to Chris Gayle.
You know, when Gary Sober struck six sixes in England.
Poor Malcolm Nash.
Yeah, Malcolm Nash enjoyed quite a bit of publicity of that. So, hey, for Sobers to have hit 6 sixes, somebody had to bowl to him. Malcolm Nash did. So he is, I wouldn't say just as popular as Sobers in that story, but hey, he enjoyed some bit of popularity there.
Yeah, he came out on the wrong side of the history, but he got all the publicity. And as a matter of fact, one of those balls actually fell in the hand of a fielder and then jumped over the rope. He dropped the catch.
So the partnership continues on here as it has now gone to some 61 run. And the Universe boss has really showed up to the party over the years. Oddly, we've seen a lot of big players come to this event, and hasn't failed to impress from time to time, and maybe one of two things. Maybe the level of cricket at the US Open is really just as good as what they're playing in. But Chris Gayle has come here and he's struck 56 undefeated yet, and this could be some troublesome situation here for the US All-Stars.
And also in his first innings, I think he made some 37. Was it 37 or 39?
He made 39, so he got 39, and I think we'll run through the scorecard momentarily. Short and trying to pull into the onside. And whether or not that came off the helmet or the body, we'll wait and see. In fact, it's on to the either the glove or the bat, so a single to Stephen Taylor.
So just about almost to the end of the 15th over, 117 for 2. And we are entering the happy hour. And the right batsmen are there to turn on the pressure on the bowlers.
So 32 deliveries remaining. Ali Shafiq gets a good one to Christopher Henry Gayle.
Man who has played 103 test matches for the West Indies, 301 ODIs. You notice that number? 103 in test, and he used the same number but turn it around, 301. And 58 T20 international. IPL, 132 IPL matches and still counting.
Yeah, the boss man has said he's not retiring for now, so we'll have to get used to Christopher Henry Gayle at the top level of franchise cricket still. So 15 over gone. It's 118 for 2. 118 for 2.
So after all the explosiveness from Chris Gayle, he's on some 57 from 41 deliveries. It's 118 for 2. And Stephen Taylor is on 27. Ali Shafiq has bowled 1 over none for 11. And Chris Gayle is going great guns, Lenny. Certainly they would want to see the back of Chris Gayle in the pavilion as soon as possible, because he's destroying the bowlers out in the middle.
Eddie Edwards, I think the organizers have brought you in for the last 5 here with Chris Gayle out in the middle, and I heard you're the best commentator in South Florida to call 6s and 4s.
Who said that? That's a little birdie sign. That one is beaten outside the line of the off stump by Chris Gayle.
So we have brought in a special commentator for Chris Gayle when he bats. What a privilege.
And I'm honored to be in that sentence. My name has been mentioned. But here is Khan Singh rather. This one is pulled away down towards wide mid-wicket. Just a single. So Gayle move on by 1 to 58 from some 43 deliveries. Stephen Taylor is on strike. So the two left-handers, very destructive batters out in the middle there, Lenny. One is on 27 and the other one is on 58. Ravinder Paul Singh to bowl to Stephen Taylor. Stephen Taylor pulled that away down towards mid-wicket, just a single. Man coming in from the deep back with a square position runs around to his right and prevent the ball from going into the boundary. So one more to Taylor.
So 27 balls remaining. The Universe boss on strike. Will we see an explosion of runs?
That one is bowled way off the mark. I wouldn't even call it a wide, Lenny. I would say that's an extra broad. So the signal comes in by the umpire. So one more to the extras. Brings back Taylor to strike. 122 for 2. That one is slapped away down towards wide mid-wicket. Wide extra cover, really.
So we're coming down to the home stretch with 26 balls remaining. One of the best hitter of the cricket ball ever.
That's what they say. This one is pitched down the leg side, and this will run away towards the boundary. Is he going to pull it back? No, it is 4 wides. The signal comes in now from the umpire, so this bowler here, that's what they say. This one is pitched down the leg side, and this will run away towards the boundary. Is he going to pull it back?
Wides eluding Zishan Ashraf. And Rajesh Sharma making a valiant attempt to pull it back, but all was lost.
So he's saying on his way out to bowl to Taylor, to Gayle, and Gayle swing that high and hard out of the park. One more big lick there for Gales. 6 there, Lenny. The signal comes in from the umpire. Good looking shot by Gayle.
So that is number 6 for Gayle. A couple of 4s, and the universe boss has come to Fort Lauderdale, and he's come to play.
Yes, indeed. He probably saying that I came, I saw, and I'm going to conquer. So I would not be conquered.
So 79-run partnership, 25 balls remaining. Worrying moments here for the US All-Stars.
None for 43 is Singh on his way out to bowl to Gayle. Wide outside the line of the off stump with the signal and called wide by the umpire. Has to take them to Gayle.
And Eddie, you've got to applaud the innings here by Gayle. He's batted with some bit of responsibility. It has not only been slash and bang.
No, it has not.
Although we've seen the occasional big shot, but we've seen the occasional explosion, but not typically of Gayle. But he has stood around, I think, realizing that the Atlanta Param Veers do need a big performance on him. And while it has not been a flurry of boundaries so far, he has struck 6 sixes and 2 fours, but he has batted with some bit of responsibility.
Yes, he has, and he is going to lead from the front. And not only he batting with responsibility, but he is very careful in his shot selection. So it's 136 for 2. Christopher Gayle is on 65 from some 45 deliveries. Stephen Taylor is 29 from some 25 deliveries. So these two left-handers are making sure that when at the end of the 20th over, it's going to be a big score.
Yeah, on the other hand, they're going at 8.5 and over. Certainly, we have seen in other U.S. Open, U.S. All-Stars, they're stacked up with some top batters. So 136 for 2 with still 24 balls remaining. Not by any means a runaway score, not a massive score at this point. But we'll have to wait and see in the next 24 balls what happens.
Shafiq on his way down to bowl to Gayle, and Gayle is on driving out to his. He takes the catch. Gayle goes out towards wide mid wicket. He takes the catch, and Christopher Gayle walking very gingerly, walking very slowly back to the pavilion, and he must be saying to himself, I gave it my all, but my all was not good enough. Sometimes your best is not good enough. Yeah, let's see what will happen from here.
Well judged catch there out in the deep. It was one of the longer part of the ground, and so Gayle has to go. It's 136 for 3.
So Lenny, commentator's curse, you called it 136. It's not a big score by any stretch of the imagination. It is already runs on the board, and now we see, looks like Parnell is going to come into the middle to replace Gayle. So let's see what will happen from here on out, because they're going to need at least 180.
So wait and see in the next 24 balls what happens.
Shafiq on his way down to bowl to Gayle, and Gayle is on driving out to his. He takes the catch. Gayle goes.
Arguably one of the best bowling figure in the US Open, 7 for 12.
And that is arguably. I like the way in which you said that, Lenny. 136 for 3.
Because Eddie, and I said that for good reason. Last night a couple of men already claiming that they got 7 wickets in the US Open, and I said, well, until I see that, I'll continue to say Wayne Parnell is arguably.
Taylor now push that out towards cover. Batsman gets a single.
And Wayne Parnell comes in here. He's in recent time, in the last couple of years, he has really focused on his batting. And we don't look at Wayne Parnell these days. We don't look at Wayne Parnell these days as a fast bowler, but we look at Wayne Parnell that more of an all-rounder these days.
Yes,
I've seen him in Vitality Blast in England. I saw him play Worcestershire, Leicestershire. I was in Leicestershire, and I saw he got among the runs. And so in the last couple of years, Parnell has been, his batting has really come on at that franchise level.
So here's Shafiq to Parnell, plays it out towards wide long off, gets a single. So he's off the mark. Parnell goes to 1.
So a few South Africans on this trip. Cody Chetty, a South African first-class player. We saw Dane Pete, a man who would have played for the South African international team, and of course Wayne Parnell. And from time to time you would have seen Rusty Tehran, another South African. So they've come to the US Open. And by the way, Wayne Parnell, this is his second trip. He's been here before.
Yes, they applied a trade in the US pretty much. It's going to be Ali Shafiq on his way out to bowl to Taylor. Flicks it off the pad down to a short backward square, or down to short fine leg rather. Gets a single.
And we saw Wayne Parnell last night. He was bowling extremely quick, and everyone was wondering why he took off. Why he took off and was bowling genuinely quick last night. So one can imagine, and that was just a league game. I wonder what will happen today when he fires in from whichever end he chooses.
Well, he was warming up for today. So he settles just about now into his stand. So with the arrival of Shafiq was bowled some 2 overs, none for 14. 2 for 14 from 3.4 overs. Sankit pulls it away down towards mid-wicket. And
speaking of fast bowling, Eddie, we've seen present in this series, we've seen the likes of Fidel Edwards, another express pace bowler. We also saw Jesse Singh, who we will see one more time. And of course we saw Runsford Beaton. These are men that deals in the fast lane. Wayne Parnell, Runsford Beaton, even Ali Shafiq. He has some pace. Ali Khan.
Well.
Ali Khan. These are the men in the fast lane.
Yes, indeed. So you have to stay out of that lane with those guys. You have to stay in your lane. Shafiq on his way out to bowl to Stephen Taylor. Flicks it away. Backward or square. Malhotra takes the catch. And young Stephen Taylor can't believe it. He is walking towards the non-strikers end, and he is looking as if to say, did he take the catch? Well, we'll have to see. Wait and see. So Malhotra is getting high five all around. Stephen Taylor making the ball to Stephen Taylor. Flicks it away. Backward or square. See what happens out in the middle, because all the players now are converging there, Lenny.
Yeah, it's always tough on the umpires. If it's been judged as a catch, it's going to be a magnificent catch from.
And out the ball to Stephen Taylor. Flicks it away.
Yeah.
International level, you see how many times they have to have a look at the different angles and a look at the different frames. So these umpires will have to make a call based on their naked eye, what they saw or what they know. And it's going to be a tough one here.
So we are waiting just like you are. So we don't know. So there's discussion going back and forth.
And I'm telling you, Ed, in years to come, in the not too distant future, and I'm pretty sure he's given the marching order. So Stephen Taylor has to go, and that becomes a magnificent catch from Jasper and Malhotra. Came in, made ground, held on to the ball, almost on the grass, picked it up. In fact, it was so close to the grass that it needed consultation from the 2 umpires to send Stephen Taylor packing. It's 140 for 4.
That's what you call a shoestring catch. It was a tremendous catch by Jasper and Malhotra. He held on for his life, realizing that is the day.
with a pair of big gloves, and so he's gloveless, and he's done a tremendous job. First of all, to get to the ball, and secondly, to execute the catch, which is really the main thing. And Stephen Taylor has to go off a brilliant catch by Jaskra and Malhotra. It's 140 for 4. Damien Ebanks comes out to the middle to join Wayne Parnell, and we've got 18 balls remaining.
Yes, indeed. So 17 overs gone. Shafiq has bowled 4 overs, 3 for 15. Wayne Parnell is on 2. So it's 140 for 2 for 4. Things seems to be getting a little bit dicey here now for the Atlanta Param team. Lenny?
Yeah, they lost their third wicket at 136 when Gayle and Stephen Taylor was out in the middle, and now they've lost another one just 4 runs later. Ali Khan has been thrown the ball, and he comes in here with 18 balls remaining. Will be bowling to the former South African international Wayne Parnell, who plies his trade around the world with T20 franchises.
Do you smell trouble somewhere out there, Lenny? Because I am smelling trouble. I don't know for whom, but I'm smelling trouble.
Well, US All-Stars have fought themselves back into this game. Chris Gayle, one from the Atlanta Param perspective, would have been hoping that he stayed around towards the end. A chance of a run out here. He will get back. The throw comes in. And
Ebanks was advancing down the track, and Parnell sent him back, but he was able to get back home. He's cambered back there, Lenny. Good bit of feeling from the man down in the mid-wicket reach, down in the back with a square position.
Yeah, he just coming back to the departure of Gayle and certainly Stephen Taylor. One would have hoped that, well, preferably Gayle, if he had stayed around to the end, it could have been a lot dicier here for the US All-Stars, but they have removed both Gayle and Taylor now, and you can say they got them where they want them.
Yes, indeed. Beaten outside the line of the off, some good bit of bowling there by Ali Khan.
And now you will see the game play a whole lot different. Wayne Parnell, we know he can bat, but we know, like anything else, with 16 balls remaining, batsmen need a little bit of time to get their eyes in. And then, of course, Ebanks, he's a top player, but still, he's just come to the crease. So, in essence, this is where All Stars will probably try to cash in and finish well. But in the meantime, it was a worrisome period. Will Gayle stay to the end? We know what Gayle can do and what he has done in this game.
And in the end, the question was answered no. And the same question was asked about Taylor. And also it was answered no. As we watch Ali Khan on his way out to bowl to Parnell. Parnell gets a little bit wide outside the line of the off stump, looking to chop it down towards the vacant slip position. Didn't make contact. The wicketkeeper collects cleanly, and there is no run. So Wayne Parnell remains on 4. Ebanks yet to score. It's 140 for the Atlanta Param Cricket Club.
So I've been told from my good friend Basil Butcher Jr. in New York, Bishu has only played once against Gayle in regional cricket in all formats and the CPL. It was in a regional T20 match, and Gayle made 122 not out. And 183 in a regional T20 semi-final in January. Guyana won the match. So thank you, Basil Butcher. So, it's in the air and taken. Parnell goes, and another wicket goes down here for the Atlanta Param Veers. This game will play a whole lot different.
Certainly. And that was a very soft dismissal. Parnell gets a delivery, made more high that he might have anticipated. We're looking to put it down towards the deep.
In a regional T20 semi-final in January, Guyana won the match. So thank you, Basil Butcher. So, it's in the air and taken. Parnell goes
to the left of the square leg umpire.
So thank you, Basil Butcher. He tells me, and we were wondering, it's good to put the question out there, if Devendra Bushu ever had a wicket of Gayle in regional cricket in the Caribbean. It appears no, and in fact Gayle has dominated when he has played against Bushu. So I want to say thank you very much to Basil Butcher. Thanks for enlightening us and educating us with what's happening here. So 140 for 5. You got 14 balls remaining. Damien Ebanks will now be joined by one of the other batsmen.
So it's 140 for 5. Garvey comes to the crease at a time when the Param team needs runs and they need it in a canter.
Yeah, Eddie, while we've seen a big partnership between Taylor and Gayle, it's beginning to still look a manageable total here for the chase. We've seen the partnership 81 between Taylor and Gayle.
Alian is went out to bowl to Garvey. Garvey gets a delivery down the leg side, twirling and easy, bowl him! Looking to pull down towards the backward of square position. The ball came off the hand, it looks like, was dragged onto the stumps. So Ali Khan strikes and strikes big.
Yeah, look at that. Now Ali Khan is on a hat-trick. Ali Khan is on a hat-trick. This game has really swung the other way. One seemingly in very good position towards the home stretch by Taylor and Gayle. And that's what happens 81 between Taylor and Gayle.
Alian is went out to bowl to Garvey. Garvey gets a delivery down the leg side, twirling and easy, bowl him! 3, 4. So sometimes all the way up to 5.
So Garvey goes without scoring, and as they say, his walk to the middle and back is longer than what he stayed in the middle.
Yes, indeed. And perhaps you can ask him how the pitch is playing. And I'm pretty much sure that he will look at you and ask you, are you serious?
So Ali Khan is on a hat-trick. We've seen one hat-trick this series, one by Tirth Patel, the youngster, the young left-arm leg spinner.
Yes, indeed, and was right in the commentary box when that took place.
So we'll have to wait and see. Ali Khan has his final ball here. Roland Cato comes to the middle. And hat-trick ball. What does Roland Cato do here, Eddie Edwards? For one, he's be trying to save off a hat-trick, and two, for his own defense and purposes, he will want to stick around and partner Damian Ebanks. But they've fallen apart a little bit here.
Yeah, they're falling like flies, and certainly whether he can stay there or not is just a matter of time. Ali Khan is went out to bowl to Cato. Cato gets a little bit reflected out towards the mid-wicket region. They're gone for 1, and that's all it will be as the over comes to an end. The end of the 18th over. So, what, 2 more overs left? And the Param team, they are 141 for a loss of 6 wickets. Cato's on 1. Ebanks yet to score. That is the latest score here from the Broward County Stadium.
Yes, Eddie, just coming back to the big partnership between Taylor and Gayle. And while the partnership has really brought them to 141 for 6, but they need something towards the end. They're lacking the finishing touch here. And this is where US All-Star has a chance to really restrict. Well, how much can they restrict Atlanta Param Veers? It's still going to be a workable chase, a workable total. But you know, when Taylor and Gayle was in there, coming down to the home stretch, it could have been anything, 180, 190, even 200. But now, with 12 balls remaining, you're looking at 150, 160 the most.
I was saying that as well because of the fact that those two were going great guns. They're talented batters, and they were hitting the ball out of the park very consistently, and they were going hard and high, and they had no regards for none of the bowlers that actually bowled them.
So Honigori comes back into the attack. Well, in fact, he's bowled 1 over before for 4 runs, so he gets a second spell. He will come in to bowl the 19th, and I think, let's see, Ali Khan is finished. Ali Khan still has 1, so good chance Ali Khan will be the man to bowl the 20th.
Gorian is went out to bowl to Cato. Cato gets deliveries, swing it hard and high, out of the park. So this one has gone out of the park for 6 runs. 147 it is for the loss of 6. Roland Cato is on 7. Ebanks yet to score. And it's a 147 for the Atlanta Param Veers Cricket Club.
Yes, speaking of E-Banks and the banks, the ball has gone all the way over the banks. And so Cato, a big strike. Yeah, he picks up a maximum. And that is maximum number 10 in this innings. 6 by Gayle, 2 by Patel, 2 by Taylor. So, in fact, 11. Make that 11. We've got to put in the 1 for Roland Cato. So 11 sixes in the innings so far. 11 balls remaining.
So these players, they were dealing in 6s. Cato settles just about now. With the arrival of Gori. And he's gone again. He's gone again. 6 more. 6 more the spectators shout. That one is gone to wide, backward, wide mid wicket. Over the boundary board for 6. 153 it is. K2 goes up to 13 from some 3 deliveries. Ebanks is yet to score. 18.2 overs gone. And certainly it is all happening here at the Central Broward Regional Park. Something to cheer about.
Yeah, this is a top-class batsman. Roland Cato comes out of Grenada. I would have played at the West Indies junior level, having represented the West Indies on the 19, so he has to have something in the tank. He's already played a couple of lovely shots out of the park. And so a couple of 6s here off the bat of Cato. Man that comes from the Spice Island of Grenada. Have you been to Grenada?
I've never been to Grenada. That's a place that I always want to go. Perhaps on my honeymoon one of these days. So, Gory now on his way, well, starts and stop. Begins to move in from the northern and on his way now to bowl to Cato. Caton is beaten for pace outside the line of the off stump. So good comeback delivery after those 2 big wallops from Cato.
So all of a sudden we're beginning to see some runs towards the end here. Still 9 balls remaining. And Roland Cato has smashed 2 out of the park, so that's good for Atlanta Param Veers. US All-Star a little bit concerned here as the scores could very well get into the 60s here. Big swing and a miss.
So good comeback delivery. 2 dot balls in succession for Gory. Now Ebanks and Gory, they're meeting in the middle to have some sort of a conference discussion.
So Ebanks have always been a member of very well get into the 60s here. Big swing and a miss. Seen him years ago with might have been Punjabi Lions and then of course with the Atlanta franchise. Oh, it's in the air. Field is settling. In fact, doesn't settle under it. And they get a single. Hands aside, the strike over to Damian Ebanks. And I was saying about Damian Ebanks, I know he has represented the Atlanta franchises over the years, but I did see him in California Bears not a couple of years ago. I may have represented Punjabi Lions one year, but he's always been a fixture at the US Open over the years. And he's certainly no slouch with the bat. He bats very early in the top order, but today I think because of the hold up with Gayle and Stephen Taylor posting a massive 81-run partnership, he's had to come down a little bit here. 1 final ball in this over.
And his way now is Gory to bowl to Ebanks, and Ebanks is driving out towards long off. Gets a single. Takes a total to 155 for 6. 19 overs gone. Ebanks finally gets off the marks off. It seems like an eternity. Roland Cato, he's on 14 from some 6 delivery. It's 155 for the loss of 6. 19 overs gone. That is the latest score from the Central Broward Regional Park.
Yes, Eddie Edwards and my good friend Lalte is telling me this Honigori is very sweet to Roland Cato.
Yes, I concur. Some tossing up some juicy Julie mango there for the batters. And Cato taking advantage of the sweetness of the mangoes.
So final over, Ali Khan, a man who has climbed his way to the IPL.
2 for 17. Smashed away out towards long off. Finds the Maholcher in the way. And the batsman get, 2 runs? Yes, indeed. So Kate and Ebanks was very quick between the stumps.
So 5 balls remaining. Ali Khan from this very ground got his start. And these days he's on the IPL circuit, having been called in as reinforcement with the Kolkata Knight Riders, and having certainly established himself with the Trinbago Knight Riders over the years.
So here is he now on his way right arm over the wicket to bowl to Ebanks. Ebanks with his delivery is beaten outside the line of the off stump. It's a good delivery, cut away at the last minute from Ebanks.
So 4 balls remaining. Where will Atlanta Param Veers end up? Will it be 4 6s? Will it be 4 4s? Will it be 4 dot ball? Could a wicket fall?
I am smelling trouble.
So
I am smelling trouble.
So irrespective of what happens in the next 4 balls, we know the US All-Stars will be chasing something in the vicinity of 8 runs and over. Ebanks on strike.
Ali Khan on his way down to bowl to Ebanks, and Ebanks for this delivery. Swiping outside the line of the off stump and missing, playing through the line. No contact was made, and good delivery from Ali Khan.
Yeah, Ali Khan, minor triumphs here in a couple of balls. The first ball went for 2, and we followed up with a couple of dot balls. And if you're Ali Khan or if you're an all-star fan, and if the ball is not going over the ropes or certainly across it, you're bowling well in the last over.
That's what Ali Khan is doing, taking a little bit of pace off the deliveries, slowing them up so that Ebanks can be deceived, and yet they've deceived him a couple of occasions. This time he's down the leg side. It is called
smart running. This is smart running from Roland Cato and Damian Ebanks. They ran while the ball is traveling to the keeper. This one will have to be rebowled. A couple of wides will be added to the scorecard. It's 159 for 6, but smart play here from Roland Cato, who called him while the ball was traveling to the umpire. I'm surprised Zishan Ashraf should have picked that up, and but they scampered through for what ended up to be 2 wides.
So Ali Khan walks back to his mark, wiping the sweat off of his brow.
We saw what Roland Cato can do. He smashed a couple of 6s in the last over, and a 6 or a 4 is what maybe Atlanta Param Veers will need. Ali Khan has been quite miserly so far. Oh, he comes down the track, and a short ball from Ali Khan.
Well,
signal a wide.
Signal wide.
So signal a wide from the umpire, and it will have to be rebowled. So all happening here in Lauderhill. It's 160 for 6.
So the umpire is saying that it went over the shoulder. Ali Khan is still pleading his case, and the umpire is not. So it's all happening.
Ali Khan has been quite miserly so far. Oh, he comes down the track, and a short ball from Ali Khan. We make the calls. You're the bowler, and the game must continue. 160 for 6. We've got 3 balls remaining.
Yes, indeed. 3 legal deliveries. 160. It's getting testy out there at the moment, Lenny. Real testy, real dicey.
Yeah, so this is 8 runs and over. And it could be 8 point something or even close to 9, depending on what happens in 3 balls.
Ali Khan on his way out to bowl to Cato. Cato is bowling! Vengeance is mine, said Mr. Cato. Looking to drive, missed it completely. And Ali Khan, with some sort of redemption, looking at the umpire, staring him down as if to say, you want to call that a wide?
Yeah, Ali Khan has now picked up 3 for 2.
Ali Khan on his way out to bowl to Cato. Cato is bowling!
That's the nature of the game these days. In T20 cricket, you're not here to save wickets. You're here to put up a run rate. It's a run rate related result game. So Roland Cato, I think he's done well. Couple of 6s into the onside, and he goes back for 14 in quick time off 7 balls. And so with 2 balls remaining here, Ali Khan has now gone up to. He's picked up 3. He's bowling a 3 for 22.
Yes, he has. Some 3.3 overs. So some instructions coming out from the dressing room.
Yes, and Eddie Edwards. The run set here by the Atlanta Param Veers will have to be something of substance, because the Atlanta Param Veers are missing the likes of Akil Hussain, Kari Pierre, and Kisundat Magram. And so they will be without the services of those 3, and those 3 has featured quite heavily in their lead up to this semi-final. So it's going to be interesting. We'll have to wait and see who will replace the likes of Akil Hussain and Kari Pierre and Kisundat Magram.
Well, I'm pretty much sure that they have players, but not the type of caliber players, so to speak. And he's went out to bowl to Dyer, and Dyer is bowling all over the park. He's bowled. So Ali Khan is on a hat trick. All of a sudden, this game has changed in the favor of Ali Khan.
Yeah, whenever Ali Khan comes on, things seems to happen. He's now bowling at 4 for 20.
And he's going now to bowl to Dyer. And Dyer is bowling. Bowling.
Final ball coming up, 19.5 done. It's 160 for 8.
So Everoy Dyer, first ball from Ali Khan, comprehensively beaten and bowled. No need to mention by who. The bowler is Ali Khan. Now has what, some 3 for 22? 4 for 22 from some 3.4 overs. So he has what, 2 legal deliveries left, and it's 160 for the loss of 8 wickets. The Atlanta Veers. So it's all happening here. You can hear it in my voice. The sun has left us momentarily.
So Param Patel comes out to face one ball. That we know, you never know. We're seeing one ball at least. And Damien Ebanks, he is sort of stranded on tree. He's taken off his glove. And all that probably he can think is, well, I need to run as quickly as I possibly can. And we know what happens in the last ball. You run until you get run out.
Absolutely.
So Ali Khan with a couple of strikes, he is on a hat-trick. We've seen him one hat-trick. And in fact, Eddie Edwards, this is the second time Ali Khan is on a hat-trick. He picked up his 2-wicket first on a hat-trick, and now here he goes.
And he's went out to bowl to Patel. And Patel for this delivery. It played out into a short cover. The return comes in at the non-strikers end. They're gone for 1. They come back for 2. And, well, they're going to look to get 3. The return comes in.
3.
So they get 3 runs. So the over comes to an end. 20 overs been bowled, so 163 for the loss of 8 wickets, Lenny. So which means that the USA All-Star will have to chase 164 for victory. So I'm endeavored to give you the batting team scorecard. Christopher Gayle caught Ramiz Ahmed. Bowled Ali Shafiq for 65 from some 45 delivery. Darpant Kumar Patel, he got 24 from some 20 delivery. Johnson Charles, he has a contribution of 6. Wayne Parnell has 2. Stephen Taylor, quick fire 31. Damien Banks not out and 3. Rolando Ketu 14. Evan Dyer North, Param Patel not out and 3. That gives you a grand total of 163. And I'm endeavored to give you the scorecard of the bowling team, of the fielding team. Gori, none for 18. Ali Khan, 4 for 25. Rajesh Sharma, 1 for 26. Ali Shafiq, 3 for 15. Ravinder Pal Singh, none for 45. Zishan Qureshi, none for 20. Jaskaran Malhotra, none for 12. And it's 163 for a loss of some 8 wickets, which means that the USA All-Star will have to chase 164 for victory if they are going to get into the finals tomorrow here at the Central Broward Regional Park. We'll take a break and we'll come back on the flip side of the run chase. Eddie Edwards along with Mr. Archibald, Lenny Archibald, that is.
T20, energize your game.
this is Shahid Afridi. I want to congratulate Mr. Mike Qureshi for organizing US Open Cricket Tournament. I want to wish all the best to all the teams who are participating in this tournament. Good luck.
The wonderful game of cricket, king of all sports. In the 18th century, the English settlers who came to America brought along with them a sport called cricket. They chose to play the game of cricket on the shores of New England, which posed a problem. The sand and water would not allow the players to hit at 180 degrees or bounce the ball on the ground. This caused the players to revise the game. The bowler would pitch the ball in the air and the batter would hit it in a diamond shape. As a result, the game of rounders evolved, eventually becoming America's favorite game, baseball. The first ever cricket test match was played in 1844 between the United States and Canada. Over 10,000 spectators attended the match. During World War I, the game of cricket started to lose its appeal, losing its players and fans to baseball. However, the game of cricket did not disappear. You could still find cricket clubs throughout the eastern seaboard of the United States, namely the Marion Cricket Club in Philadelphia. Expatriates in New York, Florida, and Texas, as well as famous English actors from Hollywood, namely David Niven and Sir Aubrey Smith, still played the game. In 1999, a version of 2020 cricket was played at Dania Beach, Florida. The tournament, titled the US Cricket Cup, exhibited a new fast-paced version of cricket. This tournament was sponsored by the MAQ Group. This faster-paced game of cricket
Okay, welcome back, viewers. Wherever you are, somewhere, some places, I know it's late at night. In New Zealand or Australia, they're 18 hours in front. And all of you in the US following us, good afternoon / good evening. We are getting ready for the chase by US All-Stars. The two Zishans, Zishan Ashraf and Zishan Qureshi, are in the middle to start the chase for US All-Stars. It won't be easier at all because Atlanta Param Veers scored 163, 164 to win in 20 overs. But they'll have to take calculated risk. Within first 6 overs, they must score 50, 60 runs to keep it simple for their team and not to get the middle order and lower middle order under pressure. So we'll see how things proceed. Zishan Qureshi is taking the guard here for US All-Stars, the captain, and he has to click in this big game. There is no option here for the top order. They must prevail. They must give a great start in order for this 163 runs to be chastened down. So here we go. To start things off, Everoy Dyer will begin. Here's the first ball. Beaten outside the off stump. Through to the keeper. Everoy Dyer is equal to the task. Good start. So Lenny, what are your thoughts? 163 on the board. They have runs. So how should the US All-Stars proceed?
Well, let's look what the batsmen have done in the series so far. So we'll start with Qureshi. Qureshi got 21, 5 and 7 so far.
So he is long due in this tournament. See, he was going down the leg stump. Strong appeal by Dyer, but turned down by the umpire.
So a couple of good balls here from Everoy Dyer. He's a quality bowler. He's over the years been part of the Atlanta Param Veers lineup. They will need to bowl extremely well. They're missing some of their quality bowlers, the likes of Kari Pierre and Akil Hussain, but they've got some runs on the board to bowl at with an asking rate of 8.4.
Yeah, it's jumping up to 8.4, and we see the pressure is on the batting. 2 slips in place by Everoy Dyer. So any of those edges will go straight to the slip fielders.
So Zishan Qureshi has scored 21, 5 and not in the series so far. And after this ball, I'll tell you what Zishan Ashraf has done.
So Zishan Qureshi seemed like he's not coming into the line. Have a predetermined mindset. Just need to settle down, keep an eye on the ball, and once you get the feeling, then you can get it going.
So on the other hand, the man at the non-striker end, Zishan Ashraf, he would have been quite prolific so far in the series. 73, 32 and 21, so he's gone among the runs.
Yeah, so here we go. This widest delivery outside the off stump. So the first run comes in the form of extras for US All-Stars. 1 for no loss. Everoy Dyer targeting that off stump line.
So Everoy Dyer, he bowls with some bit of pace, and earlier on we were calling some of the players with who's dealing in the fast lane, and certainly we'll have to add Dyer to the list. Certainly not as probably quick as Ali Khan or maybe a Runsford Beaton, but still he seems to be bowling with some bit of pace here. And of course the Atlanta Param Veers, they have in their lineup Wayne Parnell, who took 7 last night, 7 for 12. Were you here?
Yes, it was man of the match, Wayne Parnell, and he will be the key for Param Veers.
We could see the Universe Boss doing some bowling today. We'll wait and see.
Let's see. Yes. Up in the air, going straight down to the extra
what a catch. What a catch by the man out at deep cover. It could be Roland Cato. We'll confirm that. But what an excellent judge catch. He ran in, waited for it. And a wicket falls here. Qureshi goes, and all of a sudden they're 1 for 1. We'll confirm the man who took the catch. But irrespective of that, a wicket has fallen here, and it's 1 for 1. Zishan Qureshi goes, and US All-Stars have lost an early wicket.
The plan was there, the off-stump line, the extra cover region. You had the fielder there, and well-judged catch, and Zishan Qureshi walks back as a captain.
Bowling today, we'll wait and see.
Let's see, yes. Up in the air, going straight down to the extra cover
what a catch,
region.
what a catch by the man out at deep cover. It could be Roland Cato, we'll confirm that, but what a...
So Ramiz Ahmed is the new man in for U.S. All-Stars. So at the end of the first over, 1 for 1 for U.S. All-Stars. Great start for Param, the ideal one that they were waiting for. And now we have Marquino Minley that will bowl the second over for Param.
So good numbers on the board if you're a Atlanta Param fan or player. 1 for 1, that's what the board is showing as Marquino Mindley has been given the ball, and Marquino Mindley would have played for the West Indies under-19 team.
So by no means an under-talented bowler. So U.S. All-Star, they just have to be careful. Ramiz Ahmed will be facing his first delivery.
So Ramiz Ahmed, let's see what he has done in the series. Ramiz has gotten a 12. He got a 21 not out. And he got 15. So he's gotten some little start.
Yep. So U.S. All-Star, they need more than that from him.
So good start here from Mindley. He's played at the under-19 level. And so he's already bowled a nice dot ball. Good run up.
Yep.
And he's still a young player, having come into the side. A new look Atlanta Param lineup, but they're here in the semi-final. They're playing with a big man, Universe Boss, and they've posted 163.
And then the boss dictated the terms in the first innings.
With an asking rate of 8.6, and of course that will go up and down. We know how it goes. US All-Stars will be hoping that it stays down.
Yep.
And Atlanta Param, their job as a bowling unit is to really let that required run rate climb, and also let the wicket column keep going up higher. So a battle going on out in the middle. Who will win? We'll never know, but we do know 22 yards is waiting.
So Ramiz, what he needs to worry about is to rotate the strike and make sure that Zishan Ashraf, he gets a chance, because he is the key factor here within the first 6 overs, and 1 over is gone already.
Yes, Bilal, and Zishan Ashraf has had a good success at the US Open. He came last year. He came, he saw, he played, he conquered, he batted extremely well. And a man who comes out of the Multan Sultan franchise, he's a top player over there. And no wonder that translates into very good performance here in Lauderhill. He's batted well. And let me remind you what he's done. He scored 73, 32, and 21. So that alone tells you he's gotten a little knock in the middle. The throw comes in. Well run in the end between Zishan and Ramiz Ahmed. Is 4 on the board.
That's what Ramiz is required. He needs to make sure that he rotates the strike. Now Zishan Ashraf will be facing his first ball in this inning. And like I said, he is the key to the chase. Once he settles in, he's got a great hand-eye coordination. He can lift the ball, pull it over mid-wicket area, and over to the cover region as well.
So Zishan Ashraf, 10 balls into this match with a wicket down, will face his first ball. He's a classy left-hander. He loves the offside. And we can already see, we've seen a packed offside field, or maybe what, just the basics. Well, we've got a mid-off, we've got a cover, we've got a backward point, and we've got a man in slip.
So he starts off right there. He doesn't wait long. And over to the long leg boundary, but it was got up by the fielder. 2 easy runs.
So the batting certainly will have to come from the likes of Zishan Ashraf, Jaskaran Malhotra. He has very good record at the US Open and in particular the stadium. And Ravinder Paul Singh, top order batsman from the Canadian national team. Rizwan Chima, he has had some amazing records at this tournament.
Oh, absolutely. He's a power hitter, and here you go. Zishan Ashraf pulls it away, and the fielder is after the ball. It will be cut off, and then the 2 more runs. Zishan Ashraf, he keeps the fielding side busy. That's what he's about, and he needs to keep doing that. So he reads the ball early on, and Marquino Midley, a good over to start with. 8-4-1 at the end of 2. So the required run rating, as you said, it's going to go up and down, 8.7. So one thing US All-Stars they need to be careful about is not to let it go above 9 or so, because within the first 6 overs, that's where they will have the luxury of pulling the ball, getting it over the infield, and getting score some boundaries. But past 6 overs, they'll have to deal with those 5 fielders that will be outside of the ring.
So the lights are on in the stadium. A wonderful full facility here in Broward County.
And we see those waving flags.
And this ground has always been the home of the US Open. The US Open has always been planted in Lauderhill over the years. Dyer continues.
So Everroy Dyer comes in and down the leg side. White ball. Extra run conceded.
Yeah, that's the irony of a wide. You're asked as a bowler to give the batsman a fair chance to score, and at the same time as a bowler you've got to restrict him, and bowling ball down the leg side is always considered an unfair delivery. Couple of slips in place, Gayle and the other fielder there.
Yeah, it's a packed offside field. Yeah, flicks it down to the third man region for a single, so that's where Ramiz needs to go. He needs to make sure that he keeps rotating the strike.
So the road to the final goes through the semi-final here. Atlanta Param Veers, they've posted 163. And US All-Stars, they're batting at 10-for-1. This is the second time if the Atlanta franchise tonight, if the Atlanta Param Veers makes the final tomorrow, it'll be the second time in 2 years we've seen a franchise out of Atlanta getting into the final. Last year we saw the Atlanta Fire get into the final, and having lost to Somerset Cavaliers, who were outplayed earlier on by 22 yards.
They underestimated 22 yards, and that was the outcome. Another upset in the tournament. Edward Dyer beats the Zishan Ashraf. He's playing to his strength now. He's strong outside the off stump, flashy player, and it at times could be risky because you got Gayle waiting at the first slip.
Yeah, so Zishan Ashraf, when he's playing for the Multan Sultan lineup, he's one of a couple of keepers in the side. The other keeper being Rohail Nazir, and he forms atop of the other batsmen. I'll tell you who the other names are in the franchise. Lofted into the offside, could beat the man at mid-off, and Wayne Parnell will just have to run back and retrieve the ball. Good looking shot from Zishan Ashraf. He picks up a boundary. And that's a good-looking shot. He goes up to 8.
First boundary of the inning. Busy player, keeping fielders busy there. It's a 14-for-1 into the third over now. So it seems like Zishan Ashraf is getting into action now.
Yeah, Zishan Ashraf, when he's up at Multan Sultan, he bats with the top order with the likes of James Vince, Sean Masood, Riley Roseau, Asad Shafiq, not to be confused with Ali Shafiq, who's playing here. When I saw it first, I needed to make sure that we're not talking about Asad Shafiq and Asif Shafiq, because transferring of information from time to time, the rosters get a little bit misleading. And sometimes what could be Asif is Asad, and just have to make sure. But we found it was Asif Shafiq, the fast bowler, not Asad Shafiq, the test batsman.
Yeah, that's right. We just need to stay focused about that. So here we go now. Ramiz Ahmed is going to face Elroy Dyer. packed field inside the circle.
And even Ramiz, we had to double check, or at least I had to double check that there is a Ramiz Raja Jr. that plays in this country, and he's a top player. He's gone around the country playing for different teams. But then I was told he's in Texas. There's another T20 tournament there. And I've seen him in New York, Ramiz Raja Jr. And he goes around the country. He's gone to New York. I think he's based in Texas. And so wanted to make sure who this Ramiz was or is.
Yeah. So on the leg stump, another to the foul leg area for another single here. So after a white ball, another single here. So far, 9 runs have come out of this over.
So umpire Aditya Gajar signaled a leg by. And Bilal, as a scorer, sometimes you want to see some pre-signals from the umpire from time to time, as the ball, sometimes from here, it's not too clear whether it came off the bat or the pad. And I've been to games, so we'll talk about that. 3 overs gone, 17 for 1.
Yeah. Zishan Ashraf being flashy. He just needs to be careful. He needs to know where his off stump is. And that's just, you know, the front foot is not moving. He was just stand and deliver in this case. Wanted to connect it back down to the third man area. But Zishan Ashraf, you know, 2 out of the 3 dismissals were one of the best catches in the tournament, Lenny. The one that was held over in the deep mid-wicket region where fielder went out, bounced the ball up in the air, came back in and caught it. And, you know, there was a mini controversy there, but he got out in that fashion. And then there was a diving catch, a blinder, which, you know, it takes that much to get rid of Zishan Ashraf. So you need to be
Yes, Bilal, I think you're talking about the catch taken by Gudakesh Moti. It was a brilliant catch. Had to save a 6 and then completed it with a catch. So that was quite magnificent. And then not too long ago we saw a very important one from Jaskaran Malhotra.
Yep.
So the catching has been brilliant in this series, like always.
Yep. So Medley coming back in again, true to the keeper and a white ball.
Yeah. So just coming back to what I was talking about with as it relates to leg by, and I know my good friend here, Roddy Lalman, the official scorer in the facility here. We are quite a distance from where the action is. We're kind of enclosed too, so there's no sound coming out from the middle there. And sometimes it's hard to pick up whether a ball has gone for a leg by or it came off the bat. Ball played up towards the offside can score by Ramiz. And in fact, he gets a single. So a single to Ramiz. And one of the things I've seen some umpires do, or most umpires do, is that as it relates to the leg by, while they will walk off the square and just wait for the action to subside, they will kind of let you know in advance, a little preview, something called a pre-signal, to tell you, well, the probably may have come off the leg. So you get a good sense. And if you're scoring, it becomes very important because you want to be on top. You want to get the call pretty early, and so pre-signals very, very important for umpires as it relates to the scorer, because as you know, Bilal, the umpires are out there. Most of his signal except the one that he puts his index finger out to give a batsman a marching order. Every other signal is really for the scorers.
Oh yes, the scorer needs to stay focused and make sure that they enter it correctly. And here we go, mainly now. Well, Zishan Ashraf, and he is gone. It's a big wicket. Mid-on was up, and Zishan Ashraf wanted to go over the mid-on fielder, but could not connect. Good catch, and Zishan Ashraf walks back.
Yeah, Zishan Ashraf, his first failure of the series. Pulled into the onside, and a well-judged catch by, I think, is Garvey. And so second wicket goes down. They're batting at 2 for 19. The big man, Zishan Ashraf,
There we go, mainly now. Well, Zishan Ashraf, and he is gone. It's a big wicket. Mid-on was up, and Zishan Ashraf wanted to go over the mid-on fielder, but could not connect. Time to fail, but he tried to level best. But that's who he is. He's going to come, he's going to flash, and sometimes it will go across the boundary, and other times it will be caught. I mean, this is what happens when you play in the air, and in this case, it was fielder well set, ready for it.
So Jaskaran Malhotra comes to the middle. Markino Mindley has picked up one, and so is Evroy Dyer.
Markino Mindley.
And so a bit of advantage here for the Atlanta Param Veers. They have posted 163. They've picked up a couple of wickets. The Zishans are gone. Qureshi and Ashraf. Spelled differently, Bilal.
Yeah, that's right. Both Qureshi and Ashraf back in the hut now. Then here we go. Jaskaran Malhotra, another talented batsman.
Oh, he comes down the track charging Mindley. And that's a brave shot facing your first ball with 19 for 2 on the board. Would you have done that?
Not at all, but Jaskaran Malhotra, he was looking at the mid-on, mid-off, those fielders up in the ring. He wanted to take advantage, just like what Zishan Ashraf did. He wanted to do the same thing.
Yeah, he's a quality player, Jaskaran. And I've seen him here in the stadium time after time. He does hold a bit of a record here. One particular year, he scored 2 centuries and was on his 3rd consecutive century. Didn't think he got it that day, but he scored another one in the series. So he has always left the US Open with a couple or even 3 centuries on one occasion. 4 gone, 20 for 2.
Yeah, so he played a brilliant inning just a few days ago, where he almost brought his team home from nowhere. Because at one stage looked like it's going to be a one-sided game, but he built a partnership and brought his team all the way close. I believe they lost by 8 or 9 runs, where Andre Russell bowled the last over. So Jaskaran Malhotra, he definitely is required to score big in order for U.S. All-Stars to qualify for the final. And Wayne Parnell is not in the action yet, and look at that. And the score is 20 for 2, and run rate of 5, while the required run rate has touched 9, and that's what we were talking about.
So Malhotra comes into strike. Dyer will continue. Let's look at the figures of Dyer. He's bowled 2 over 1 for 9.
Evroy Dyer. It's wide down the leg side, and I remember last year, he stayed in the action. One of the difference makers for his team, Evroy Dyer.
Yeah, he's bowling with some bit of pace.
Big game player.
Yeah, he's done well. He's picked up the wicket of Zishan without troubling the scorer, they say. But I'll tell you, when batsman is out as an electronic scorer, it does trouble you, because you've got to find out who took the catch and so on.
Yeah, so it's a quick single.
And one of the things about scoring, Bilal, well into the night, and my good friend Roddy Lalman will know, you've got to get the binoculars out a lot of time as it gets dark in the stadium, because in the deep areas of the field where it's a little bit dark, a fielder takes a catch and he wouldn't turn around for God's sake. And his number is on his back. And we were asking him, or we're saying to yourself, turn around, turn around. And sometimes your job's got to...
Quick single flash.
Oh, this could go away. In fact, it will not go away. Fielder comes in and makes a good backup. It's a single run.
Yeah, see. Good backup there. 1 run added. So into the 5th over. Things not looking good for U.S. All-Stars. I know that, it will happen, but they still need to stay focused. But need to keep close eye on this required run rate, which has touched 9.0 as we speak. Into the 5th over now.
So another single. The big man, Universe Boss, is at first slip. one of the position that he has always, not always, but one of his favorite position over the years, always around the cordon.
Yes, wants to stay inside the field and wants to talk to the captain if adjustments need to be made, and you know, he definitely wants to share his experience. Very vocal, outspoken player.
Oh, pulled into the onside. Fielder comes around, makes a very good save. And a good looking shot here from Ramiz, just earning him a single. And brings Jaskaran Malhotra back onto strike. It's been a very good over so far from Evroy Dyer. Only 5 runs off this over, so the boys from Atlanta Param Veers are still keeping the run rate on the when it started, 8.3. But now it's gone up to 9.1.
Jaskaran Malhotra. Oh, there's a mix-up here. There's a chance for run out. And the batsman gets back. Ramiz Ahmed that was able to get back.
So we're coming up to the break of the 5 over. We'll have a commentary change. Eddie Edwards will slip back into the box. Still 139 to win from 91 balls, asking 9.2.
Yep. So here we go. Evroy Dyer comes in to bowl the last ball. Jaskaran Malhotra trying to be flashy and misses it big time. So at the end of the 5th over, 25 for 2 for U.S. All-Stars. As we have change of commentary, Eddie will take over.
Well, thank you very much, Bilal. Certainly the work that been put into this US All-Star tournament, impeccable one. Don't think that one can do as much as the organizers, the commentators, the ground staff, players, so on and so forth. So 25 it is the USA All-Stars. They chasing 130 targets, 164, and we're just about to see the commencement of over number 6 being bowled by, it's going to be, is it Stephen Taylor? Yep. So Stephen Taylor not behind the stumps today. Played out in towards the short mid-off position.
Yes, Ed, since Johnson Charles came, Stephen Taylor has opted to come out and bowl some off spin. He's a quality off spinner, having bowled at the U.S. national level.
Yes, he
and
has.
Quite a bit of bowling. A very versatile cricketer. I remember Stephen Taylor would have started as a wicketkeeper batsman, and then he has now gone to off spin. And he's not only bowled off spin at the local level, he's bowled it at the national level to some bit of success.
Very talented. This one is swept away down towards long off. 1, 2, 3. Just slows up in towards the boundary area. So the batter will able to come back for run number 2. And that's Ramiz Ahmed. He goes on to 9. 27 it is for the loss of 2 wickets. And they're chasing 164. Stephen Taylor to Ahmed. Ahmed with his driving back past the bowler. Safest place on the ground, they say. Goes into the boundary bowl for 4.
Yeah, Ramiz Ahmed fighting back. They have lost a couple of wickets. But Ramiz and Jaskaran Malhotra, they're capable batsmen. They will have to bat deep here, US All-Stars.
If they want to get into the finals.
They still require 133 from 86 balls. And this one is slashing shot through the offside. Could pick up a couple of runs here. And they come back for 2. Still good looking shots here from Ramiz Ahmed in the last couple of balls. And so far this over has gone for 8 all off the bat of Ramiz.
So 15 is Ramiz from 15 deliveries. 33 it is. Stephen Taylor none for 8 from 5 deliveries. Here is on his last delivery now. That one is tugged away out towards long on. pulls the man wearing the number 20 jersey off the boundary. He picks up, but not before the batsman was able to complete a single. So Ahmed goes on to 16. USA All-Stars 34 for 2. Jaskaran Maholtra, he's on 3 from 6 deliveries, 6 overs completed. So those of you who are listening in India and watching, Pakistan, Jamaica, Guyana, Barbados, St. Kitts, Nevis, Anguilla, Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago, Antigua and Barbuda. Not to forget Montserrat. They're in the equation as well. So we're going to see Wayne Parnell is going to pick up the attack from the northern end. And he will be bowling to Ramiz Ahmed. Ahmed is on 16. And Parnell is just about to move in. On his way. Driving up towards cover, knocks down. Batsman attempt to get a single, but was discouraged by the fast pace of the fielder running in from that long off position. So Ahmed now, he's on 16. Parnell comes in to bowl to Ahmed. Ahmed is slashing out towards point. This will run away for... No, he comes around. He picks up. And the batsman gets 2. So good looking shot there by Ramiz. Well, they're coming back for one more extra run. It's an overthrow. So Ramiz goes on to 19. And the USA All-Stars, they're chasing 164. They're 37 for the loss of 2. Lenny.
Yes, Ed. We saw Wayne Parnell last night took off with some speed. He picked up 7 for 12 or 7 for 13, irrespective of whether it's 12 or 13, Eddie. 7 wickets, not an easy thing to do. So he demolished the team last night, and he comes in here. And Jaswan Malhotra, the man facing.
Slash that out towards cover. Can't get it past the man at the cover region. So Malhotra, a very talented cricketer, good wicket keeper as well, even though someone said he does it part-time. Certainly doesn't show. Parnell turns in the distance, begin to move in now to bowl to Malhotra. He's wrapped on the pad. Is appealed by Parnell, but not outside the umpire. The ball ricocheting off the pad and finding its way into the cover region. And no more, not a run for no runs for Ahmed. Total remains on 37. 37 for 2. 6.4 overs. Parnell again on his way now to bowl to Malhotra. Malhotra just pushing out into the cover region. Very busy area it is. And gets a single. So he goes on to 4. He would have faced some 9 deliveries. So Johnson Charles called upon to do the duties behind the stumps today. He was involved in the Sri Lankan Premier League, where his team won the competition, Lenny. So the man from St. Lucia. You watch Parnell now. Left arm over the wicket now to bowl to Ahmed. And Ahmed is driving up towards deep cover. They only get a single. The return comes in along the stumps. So the over comes to an end. Ramiz goes up to 20. Malhotra is on 4. 39 for 2. That's the latest score here from the US Open, being played at the Central Broward Regional Park.
Yes, Ed, I remember a couple of years ago when Parnell would have made his visit to the US Open. I wasn't too sure if the roster was right, but I quickly found out. I was downstairs, and in the elevator, I decided to take the elevator to come upstairs, and saw Wayne Parnell and a couple of players from Stefan Myberg. I think he's out of the Netherlands, along with Delroy Rollins from Bermuda. So I was in good company getting my ride up to the elevator, and I was looking at, well, I recognized Wayne Parnell, and I said, well, I didn't tell him anything, but I said, oh, so you're here. And we all came up. It was him, Stefan Myberg came that year, Delray Rollins from Bermuda.
So you were in very good company, safe company. Stephen Taylor to Malhotra. Malhotra is on driving now towards Long On. Gets a single.
I've met a couple of great people in elevators over the years. There was another time that I had worked in a building. In fact, we used to do work for this company, a sports PR company. And they had a big, it was from MasterCard, and they at that time they had a big contract with FIFA. MasterCard was big with FIFA at one time. Oh, this one is in the air. Oh, the catch is taken. And so Ramiz goes and is 41 for 3.
So Stephen Taylor strikes and strikes big. He has done what the captain has asked him to do. 7-point overs gone. Ramiz Ahmed, 21 from 21 deliveries. He goes 41 it is for the loss of 3 wickets. For the loss of 4 wickets rather. Jaskaran Malhotra, he's on 5. Stephen Taylor, 1 for 3.
Yes, Eddie, another wicket goes down here. So Atlanta Param Veers, they've played good today. Stephen Taylor donning the gloves to Johnson Charles, another big reinforcement, and he's done well. So between Taylor, Mindley, and Everett Dyer, they have picked up 1 apiece. Seems to be a teamwork as Ravin. And so Ramiz goes and is 41 for 3.
So Stephen Taylor strikes and strikes big. He has done what the captain has asked him to do. 7 point.
123 required from 74 ball, asking 10 and over.
That's a big asking.
So coming back to the other elevator story, and so we were working for this company, MasterCard, and we all know that they had a big alliance with FIFA over the years, and I'm not sure if they still do, but so we heard that Pele was in the building. We heard that Pele was in the building because he was an ambassador for FIFA over the years. And so while I was going up in the elevator, guess who was in the elevator? The mighty Pele. And such a short man, and I looked at him. I didn't even talk to him because he might be wondering, so many people know him around the world. So I had a very, very close encounter with the mighty Pele. He passed away recently.
Yeah, so certainly I'm sure that it's an experience that you will never forget. It will live with you until the end of life. And I'm glad that you had the opportunity of riding in the same elevator with the great man. So Ravinder Singh comes in. USA All-Star, they're chasing 164. That's a big target there, Lenny. And Wayne Parnell will continue from the northern end. And he'll be bowling to Malhotra. He's on 6. Here is Parnell on his way to bowl to Malhotra. And Malhotra is driving back past the bowler, but cannot get it past the man at the long half position. He knocks it down. Well, they get a single in the end because the return comes in. Not a good one from the man in the deep. So in the end, Malhotra gets a single. So 164 for victory. 43 it is for 3.
So they'll need a very big innings from either Malhotra or Ravinder Paul Singh. Ravinder Paul Singh has made centuries at the T20 international level already. And Jaskaran Malhotra, I remember a couple of years ago in the very same game that Russell scored 100 against Somerset Cavaliers 2 years ago. Jaskaran replied with 103, so he certainly can score and score quickly. And in fact, in that particular game, they were chasing 183. And US All-Star, they made 177, falling short by just 6 runs. And we saw the other day, Eddie Edwards, Jaskaran Malhotra brought the game to a very close
finish, yes.
Margin. They lost by 10 runs just the other day.
Yes, we saw that. Turns it into out towards the short mid-on area. It's a single.
And in T20 cricket, you never know what could happen. And we've got a danger man there in Jaskaran Malhotra, along with Ravinder Paul Singh, with still Rizwan Chima to come.
Well, that's another powerhouse. If he gets going, you can pretty much forget it. Can you imagine what it would be looking like if Chima and Malhotra meets in the wicket and we're able to bat like in the, let's say, 5-6 overs and they're going gung-ho?
Yes, Eddie, and what we saw the couple of days ago against the Somerset Cavaliers, and many are speculating whether or not if Damien Rowe was not injured, what would have been the outcome of that game, because both of them batted extremely well. And considering Rowe couldn't run, still they were able to put on a partnership that really brought them very close, within touching distance of winning that match.
And they would have run quite a few singles even though Rowe was injured. So that tells you how dedicated the Rowe is. So Parnell on his way now to bowl to Singh. Singh gets a little bit looking to turn it into the onside. The ball come off the back of the bat and find its way down towards the short point position.
So leg by is a signal. And just coming back to Wayne Parnell, his 7-wicket haul. Colin Ackerman out of Leicestershire would be one of the bowlers in T20 cricket that would have picked up 7 wickets, 7 for 18 I think it is. And Colin Ackerman comes out of Leicestershire. And that's Vitality Blast. That's their T20 series over there.
That's a big series. Parnell. One is driven up to the wide cover region. Man from long off comes around, but not able to prevent the batsman from getting a single. So Jaskaran is 9. Singh is on 147 for the loss of 3. The USA All-Star chasing 164 for victory.
Yeah, the run rate keeps climbing slightly. It's now 10.6.
It's not getting any easier for the USA All-Stars.
So we could be seeing spin for the first time. Is that Damien Ebanks?
Looks like. So he's going to have a bowl at it. So 9 overs gone. The overs are being bowled at a fast rate of speed. Can't believe we're into the 10th over already. And this one is pulled away down towards long leg and into the over the boundary board for 6.
Yeah, that's a very poor delivery. And I know Christmas is around the corner. Jaskaran Malhotra has been given a gift. And a very poor delivery for the work that the other bowlers have done.
And he accepted that gift quite easily. Said, thank you very much.
That should have been over the ropes, a ball like that from Damien Ebanks. He's a better bowler than that, I tell you.
Yes, he is. 53 it is. Ravinder Paul Singh is on 1. Jaskaran Malhotra, he's on 15 from 17 delivery. As we watch Damien Ebanks now on his way now to bowl to Malhotra. And Malhotra slapping that over cover. This will run away for 4. Nobody move, only to retrieve it from the boundary.
I'm telling you, Malhotra could be the danger man here. He has scored heavily in this tournament over the years. He loves Central Broward Regional Park. And what we've seen here from Damien Ebanks, he's giving away free runs. So Malhotra helps himself. He goes up to 19. And it's 57 for 3. Some release of pressure here from Damien Ebanks.
Yes, indeed. And the scoreboard pressure, I don't think that is coming into play at this particular moment. It can change in a canter. Delivery swung away down towards the backward or to mid-wicket. And the batsman gets a single.
So my good friend Vinod Mamchan is telling me, or reminding me, that Maradona passed away a couple of weeks ago. Speaking of FIFA, some of the great footballers of the world, Eddie.
Yes, I remember that quite vividly. Perhaps, some 3 weeks ago. So we're watching now as Ebanks moving to bowl to Singh. And this one is pulled away out towards wide mid-wicket. Just a single. So they're now dealing in singles after a flurry of runs. 9.5 overs gone. Damien Ebanks, none for 12. And he has bowled some 5 deliveries so far.
Yeah, this is a big over for US All-Stars.
And he's went on, then pulled away again out toward mid-wicket. A very busy area. The over comes to an end. So at the end of over number 10, USA All-Star chasing a 164 for victory. They are 60 for the loss of 3 wickets. Singh is on 2. Maholtra is on 21. That is the latest score here from the Central Broward Regional Park. So as I take my way and I say welcome to Audley Watson.
Thank you, Eddie Edwards. Back in the hot seat with Mr. Lenny Archibald. Well, we're at the halfway stage, Lenny, and the All-Stars are 60 for 3. The Param Veers were in almost similar scores, and of course from here they accelerated. But I think at the time they have lost only 2 wickets.
Yes, Audley, as Marquino Mindley comes back into the attack. First over went for, well, he's bowled a couple of overs for 10. And he's picked up 1. And Marquino Mindley comes in here, and we've seen quite a few of the former junior West Indies player.
And they are heading in the right direction.
We saw Roland K2 playing a couple of big blows when he batted. We've seen Ashmead Ned. We've seen Godakesh Moti. And so the junior boys who would have represented the region, represented the West Indies, have come out to the US Open. Spoke to Shorfin Rutherford at the post-match presentation ceremony, and he tells me he remembers this ground well, but not for the good reason. He got a first ball, I think, in the CPL when it was played here. So we were joking around and saying, well, your walk to the crease was longer than your stay.
Well, he has turned things around.
So another wicket goes down. Danger man Jasker and Malhotra, it appears, will have to go. And so another wicket goes down for the US All-Star. They are in some bit of trouble here. They're batting a 62 for 4.
And we can hear the sound of the horns in the background, celebration, because this is a dangerous batter. And when they have seen the back of this man, oh, that's called for celebration. Known as a wicketkeeper batsman, and he even bowled in the innings here. Now a bowler. You can still hear the shouting in the background. Time for celebration. Rutherford seemed to have turned things around here. Today he had a decent score.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that decent match winning.
Yes.
It was a brilliant innings, I would say, with Andrew McCarthy. When you look at the way the game was played, we made a point that McCarthy looks a little bit slow off the block earlier on, but with a couple of big sixes from Rutherford, he really made up for the little deficiency with regards to McCarthy. But the old adage really came into play: stay there, the runs will come.
And eventually they added over 100 partnership. And if you're not there, the runs can't come.
So Rizwan Chima comes out to the middle. Another hard-hitting batsman, Rizwan Chima. I remember maybe 3 or 4 years ago, made 122 from a team here. We were calling a lot of sixes. And the way things have gone, we may have to recall Eddie Edwards. He's a specialist in calling sixes.
Nice, pleasant evening here. Nice.
Yeah, I'm glad I brought my light jacket. It's been a little bit chilly in the night. And it's a whole lot better than snow in New York. When I return back home, I hope it's all melted out.
And that's one thing I don't like, driving in the snow. I spent 2 winters in New York, and that's enough. Give me the good old Florida.
So the run rate has gone up to 11. Not good news there for US All-Stars. They have lost 4, so 6 wickets standing. Still batsmen in the crease. They're good players, Ravinder Paul Singh and Rizwan Cheema. But the bowling has really been good here for the Atlanta Param Veers. 11 gone, 63 for 4.
And I must say, this pitch is real standing up. It's giving good benefits to the batsmen as well as the bowlers, because we have seen earlier today, just in this match, 163 was made for 8, and we have seen Ali Khan. He was taken for a couple of sixes, I think, on a 4 in 1 over. But he came back, was on a hat trick as a matter of fact, and I think he ended up picking up 4 wickets.
Yeah, we saw good batting from Gayle. Not his usual self, but Gayle in recent time, I guess, as he gets more advanced in age, he's been a little bit more selective of what he does in the middle. And we saw a brilliant batting between Gayle and Stephen Taylor.
Yeah, let's say he is getting more matured, and that's a fact. He made 65.
So ball cut away here by Rizwan Cheema, running up towards the backward point boundary, and it crosses the rope now, and it goes away for 4. Rizwan Cheema picks up a boundary. Run rate still asking 11 and over. They're going at 6 at the moment,
and it's getting a little steeper.
So let's assume Atlanta Param Veers oddly gets into the final along with 22 yards in this year 2020. Wide is the call. This year 2020 we will be seeing a brand new winner for the US Open.
Well, that's for sure we will, but there will be 2 that will go into the finals for the first time.
Yes, both 22 yards. Yes, in fact, both teams. We did see one of the Atlanta Fire, one of the franchise out of the Atlanta region, got into the final last year. Atlanta Fire, and they were beaten by Somerset Cavaliers. In fact, they were outplayed so badly by Cavaliers. So a 6 here off the bat of Ravinder Paul Singh, 75 on the board. Good looking shot, short ball, and Cavaliers. In fact, they were outplayed so badly by Cavaliers. So a 6 here off the bat of Ravinder. Yeah, Ebanks have been quite loose, and he seems to be ponging the ball down into the pitch, a pitch that will not offer much resistance for a medium pacer to really bowl the ball short. Maybe if you're an Ali Khan or your runs for a beat, maybe it will probably work for you, but not with the pace of Damian Ebanks. Yes, he's gone quite expensive so far.
And back to those Ali Khans over, especially that last over. That was something else, a little argument with the umpire, and that turned him on. It's like, why did you get him mad?
Oh, the stumps have lit up. That means Ravinder Paul Singh is gone. And now trouble for US All-Stars. They're batting a 77 for 5. Ravinder Paul Singh goes. And a wicket for Damian Ebanks.
Well, he has just redeemed himself there. He 1 over and 5 balls. And why did you get him mad?
Oh, the stumps have lit up. That means Ravinder Paul Singh is gone.
In New York minute. So he is gone, and the score, the All-Star, they are slipping into more trouble. 77 for 5. Not good at the moment. Not looking good for the All-Stars. And Param Veers, you can hear the celebration over there. They are trumping and they are dancing. They smell the victory. But there's still a lot of cricket to be played, I may say.
Yeah, we've still got 87 runs to win if US All-Stars can get those. We've got 48 balls to bowl. And we got 5 wickets more to go. So any of those 3 will end this game. Whatever happened first, that's another question.
My odds is now 50-50.
So Dyer comes back into the attack. And Dyer's picked up 1 for 14 off 3.
Very good economical bowling where that's concerned. 1 for 3, 14 runs from 3 overs, 1 wicket. Great bowling.
So ball pulled towards the backward square area. Good bit of work here from Wayne Parnell. Saved a couple of runs, saved the boundary. They pick up 2.
Yes, he certainly saved 2 for his team, and that 2 could turn out to be very, very important in the context of the game.
Yeah, good commitment showed by Wayne Parnell.
Of course, being an internationally, he was trained that way. Give your best, and it's on display right here.
He looks very fit. Oh, ball cut away over the slip area, and he runs away towards the 3rd man area for 4 off the bat of Rizwan Chima. So 83 for 5, and they still require 81 from 46 balls. They're asking 10.6. They're going at 6.7.
Doesn't matter how they come, Lenny, as long as they're coming. And so swing, and it took that edge, and down in the 3rd man area. And of course, it's 4 runs. 4 welcome runs, may I say. All Stars, 83 for 5. Param Veers on the attack.
So Rizwan Chima in this series hasn't been among the runs. Got 7 and got a first ball off the bowling of Navin Stewart the other day.
Yeah, not his usual prolific self. We have fond memories here of Chima pummeling the ball all over the park. Run rate 6.7. Required rate 10.7. Target 164. And it's 79 off the board. So Dyer continues to bowl. So far he has taken 1 for 22. 2 more balls remaining in this over. And Dyer's coming in from the northern end. And that one was taken out of the park by Chima. That's a US Open Fantasy maximum.
Yeah, big shot here from Rizwan Chima. And that's what he's known for. He's found the over the ropes here many times. I've seen it with my own eyes, and he will have to play a big hand here tonight. And so 14 off that over. An expensive one here for Atlanta Param Veers, but good one for US All-Stars. So the equation comes down to 73 needed from 42 balls. 73 needed from 42. And we'll be asking 10.4, 10.3.
The old saying, every over makes someone happy, and every shot makes someone happy. It's going to be someone is going to be happy. They bat inside. So target 164. Row and 1 from 1. Chima 21 from 10. And he seemed to be getting in groove now, Lenny.
Yeah, Stephen Taylor comes back.
This one.
So this one worked into the onside, an easy single. And we saw the other night, Damien Rowe showed us some glimpse of what he can do. And he's come out here with at least not limping. And so still a lot of work to be done, Stephen Taylor. He has picked up 1 so far.
I know the image must be vivid in the minds of the viewers. A limping Rowe going out to bat, and he did hit a couple of sixes, but he was so incapacitated, and I think that helped the bowling side greatly.
So Taylor continues to bowl well. He's into his 3rd over. He's only given up 13 runs. He's picked up the wicket for Ramiz. And so you can't ask for a better performance here from Taylor overall. He got among the runs, and now he's giving you some bit of good tidy off spin bowling.
Not a tight one through to the wicket keeper.
Very tidy over from Taylor. So that completes over number 14, 93 for, in fact. Yeah, sorry about that. Here's the big appeal. Kept a little bit low. And so now it completes the over 93 for 5.
Right, of course, the umpire was not interested in that. Stephen Taylor has a lot of experience. He's been playing. I've been hearing about Stephen Taylor for a long time, and he's still pretty young, but he has been doing this for a long time because he has been playing all these exploits from his very, very early days. And he went to Pakistan with the international 11 when they're trying to get Pakistan back into international cricket, and thank God they're back into international cricket, and it's all the better for cricket on a whole. But Stephen Taylor, almost a veteran campaigner at a young age.
Yeah, he's been playing U.S. national cricket when he was like 14 or 15. And I saw him first in Brooklyn at Gateway Park, and I've seen Taylor quite a few times, so many times. After that, Wayne Parnell comes back into the attack.
And he was met by a savage blow, but only 1 run from Rowe down to long off.
Chris Gayle has made a couple of trips to New York over time. Oddly, I remember, might have been 2006, in which the entire West Indies team came as the Caribbean All-Stars to take on a U.S. team.
That would certainly worth the while to travel afar to watch that match.
And that team, of course, included the likes of Brian Lara, Shivnarine Chandapal, Darren Ganga, Chris Gayle, Wavell Hines, fast bowler from Barbados. I forgot his name. Sarwan was there.
The entire Test team.
Yeah, the entire West Indies team back then. The U.S. had players like Messiah, of course, Nat Carney, Imran Awan, Orlando Baker, Richard Staple, Glenn Lorick. I remember now, and why I remember Glenn Lorick, Chris Gayle, I think struck him for 6 fours in 1 over. And not 6-4, 4 sixes is the other way around. And so that's sometimes you remember names because of
what happened,
what
you
happened.
associate with the name. Yes.
And Gayle got among the runs actually, and really thrilled people that it was Floyd Bennett Field.
And surprise, surprise, United States won.
No, actually, they lost both games. It was a big West Indies team, and Of course, the tour was promoted by an organization called United States Cricket Promoters Association, I think. I don't know if you know. Well, I know Peter Jolly, but there's a gentleman here from Westbury. I'll have to pick his name up. I'm pretty sure somebody will text me his name, but he used to be promoting a lot of New York cricket. As we see another good ball here from Wayne Parnell. Anyhow, the second time I saw Gayle, you know, he went to Connecticut to play in an exhibition match, and Gayle went into battle. This is the other thing that, you know, you always remember. And Adam Sanford came into the first over, and the third over of the first over bowled by Adam Sanford, he clean bowled Gayle.
Just imagine.
Many people came to watch Gayle, you know, make a few runs and see what it is, and Adam Sanford spoiled the party. So this ball is in the air, mid-off, is settling on the rate. He takes the catch. And no ball is the call. So it's all happening here at the Central Broward Stadium.
So a brief celebration end in disappointment for the Param Veers audience over there and the team. They were shouting and celebrating, but disappointment, no ball. 96 for 5. 100 sneaked up on us.
Yeah, and oddly, you see what I told you? I know somebody would text me. Roy Sweeney, Kirk Higgins, you are so correct. Roy Sweeney, yeah, he's deceased now. And so Roy Sweeney and them brought the entire West Indies team here.
You know, you're a prophet, Lenny. You're a cricketing prophet. You prophesy and it comes to pass.
So that could complete what? Over number 15? It's 97 for 5. So welcome back, Bilal. Could be seeing Stephen Taylor, a man who has captained the U.S. team.
Yes, Lenny.
Captained the U.S. junior team, and I think would have one time be vice captain in the U.S. senior team. So he's had a very long run at the national level. He comes in here. He's bowling extremely good. He's taken 1 for 13 in 3. And he batted extremely well along with the big boss, Universe boss Chris Gayle.
The all-round performance, and here comes Rizwan Chima. Launches him over to the lead deep, long on area. It's a big 6 right there. Maximum 103 for 5. So as long as Rizwan Chima is there, there is a chance for U.S. All-Stars. It's not over yet. Hang in there. Because Rizwan Chima can change the game. Here's another one onto the leg side and flick down to umpire signaling a dead ball. We'll just have to repeat the show.
So the umpires are Lishon Samuels and Aditya Gajar. Oh, that's a big shot from Rizwan Chima. Is gone all the way to the base of the stadium, and that's a big hit. Big shot here from Rizwan Chima. He picks up another 6 and brings the equation down to 55 to win from 28 balls. Can Rizwan Chima pull the U.S. All-Stars through?
Chima putting up his own show in the presence of boss in the field. Back-to-back maximums. Stephen Taylor under pressure.
Oh, there we go.
This one is a chance. Fielder coming under the ball.
Oh, what a catch. Well judged. Chima goes. It's 109 for 6. Atlanta Param Veers all the way.
So the Chima show is over. Stephen Taylor is pumped up. of course, not happy about the back-to-back maximums. And Param veers are happy to see the back of Rizwan Chima.
Yeah, a big glimmer of hope. We'll be going with that man, Rizwan Chima, back into the shade. And so Damien Rowe will have to put together some bit of partnership here. 55 needed from 27. And it looks like Saad Zafar is coming to the middle. But 6 down here, Bilal.
6 down, U.S. All-Stars, head under the water. But you never know. It's a T20 game. And, of course, the likes of Rizwan Chima, Zishan Qureshi, Zishan Ashraf, and Jason Malhotra, they're back in the pavilion. So, U.S. All-Stars, they're just counting on Saad Zafar and Damien Rowe now. See if they can achieve the target. Required run rate at 12.7.
So Taylor has picked up a couple of wickets all in this over. In fact, he's done one in this over, sorry. So he's picked up two valuable wickets. And it's 109 for 6.
Taylor around the wicket.
We saw the mighty Somerset Cavaliers falling a bit earlier. And the way it's looking here, we might see another big team fall.
Yeah, U.S. All-Stars had all the strength, starting with the batting, with the bowling, fielding. They had all the stars in the making. One of the hard favorites for this tournament, and it seemed like things are not looking good in the 16th over.
Oh, the sticks have lit up again, and that's the end of Saad Zafar. He gets a golden duck. Stephen Taylor picks up another wicket, and now even more trouble here for the U.S. All-Stars. It's 110 for 7.
Yeah, things not looking good. Stephen Taylor dancing performance out there.
Oh, the sticks have lit up again, and that's the end of Saad Zafar. He gets Chris Gayle is the charm, is the lucky charm here for the Atlanta Param Veers. We'll have to get him whatever it costs and whatever it takes to get him here every year. What do you think, Bilal?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, he is a difference maker, lucky charm, making sure. I mean, you've seen that all 3 games that he has played, he was sensible. Didn't play his typical game for the same reason. He knew that, he's the guy who has to hold the innings. So he played both roles, smashing it around and also playing throughout the innings. And he has done the same thing today. He knew that they needed 150 plus to make sure they make it difficult for U.S. All-Stars. And the pressure of that high score, 163 or chasing 164, really got to U.S. All-Stars. They lacked the planning.
So Stephen Taylor 3 for 26.
Hit and a miss. Damien Rowe now.
So Marquino Mindley starts well with a dot ball. And I think this youngster has shown good promise. He's bowled well. Look at his bowling figure. 2 for 13 in 3.1. He has a very nice run up to the crease. Good delivery stride. Here we go. And he's bowled quite cleverly. We've seen him keep the ball on one side of the pitch. And he's bowled well. He's picked up a couple of wickets. He got the wicket of Zishan Ashraf, one of the big ones. And also got the wicket of Jaskran Malhotra's second big one. So a good night work here for Marquino Mindley. And he's one of the young players, as we've been saying, Bilal, that would have gone through the West Indies on the 19th cricket system. And a man who would have played at the junior level, having represented the Maroon Colour, the West Indies.
Showing a lot of promise. And there's another one, Hanigori, hit and a miss. So we spoke about this, the middle order or lower middle order of U.S. All-Stars. They have not been exposed. I mean, it's just about time. When it comes to a big game, you'll have to come up and then score those 30, 40 runs to bring your team home. And that was lacking. I know we had only 1 or 2 players who shined were charmed in the big stage here, but it seemed like Param Veers have made it hard for U.S. All-Stars all along. And
so Honey Gori comes out here, and he comes by way of the Czech Republic, having played some T20 international for the Czech Republic. And Bilal, as you would have known recently, the ICC have made it international status for teams, for international countries. Whenever they play each other, it becomes not just a T20 game, but it's become a T20 international now. This one is clubbed into the offside. We'll have to wait and see. And in fact, it has gone away for 4. So Damien Rowe probably not giving up without a fight. And so the equation now comes down to 48 to win from 19 balls, asking 15.2 at the moment.
That's the type of attitude you want to bring to the middle. Damien Rowe not giving up, swinging his bat to the air, and here this time around just goes for a single, and there was a close run-out chance. There's another chance again. I don't know what Honey Gori was doing while Damien Rowe didn't even respond.
So the over comes to a close. 47 to win from 18 balls, and it's going to be tough here. And just coming back to Henry Gori as he comes out of the Czech Republic, of course a European country, and recently when the ICC have made it more of an international status in T20 games. So if you probably go to Nigeria now, there are some international T20 players in Nigeria, and some of the other countries having been afforded international status once countries are playing each other. So the big man, Universe Boss, comes into the attack here. And Gayle has done quite a bit of bowling in his international career. We all know that, Bilal.
Oh yes, and he has quite a bit of success in the international level. So let's see what he can bring to the table. Last 3 overs left. The required run rate has jumped to 15.7. Mission impossible, looks like, Lenny.
Well, it's 47 to win from 18 balls. Still certainly not out of the question. There is 4s and 6s to be struck in 18 balls. You do the math, it's still possible.
Yeah, if you want, say in this situation, if you want to chase down or you want to achieve that target with a 15.7 required run rate, you want Gayle batting, not bowling.
So Damien Rowe, very fleet-footed today. We saw him the other day. Might have been hampered by a hamstring. Well, I think he has gotten that sorted out. Maybe the hamstring gun has done wonders.
Yeah, it's a quicker delivery by Gayle. Wants to get through his over.
Yeah, and Gayle has had a very good day here for the Atlanta Param Veers. I think they will be quite happy with the Universe Boss. His performance today has been one of an inspiration.
I'll see on the next time. Yeah, was it a white ball? Yes. The umpire signaling white. White ball signaled by the umpire. So Gayle will have to bowl that again.
So big performance from Gayle and Stephen Taylor, local boy, but really Gayle has showed up to the party. He's given the Atlanta Param Veers a chance in going into the final because of his innings along with Stephen Taylor. They put on some 81-run partnership.
So Lenny, what really makes you stand out as a player, so when you shine at this level in the playoffs, when things matter the most, that's where you get the recognition. And that's where you've seen that a lot of these teams, they had their opportunities, those who came to the party and, showed their talent. You see the example of 22-yard Sultan. They made it to the finals, while they were underestimated by Cavaliers. And the same thing happened here, U.S. All-Stars. They knew that, what Param Veers bring to the table. But, of course, number one, they conceded, I believe, 20 to 30 extra runs, especially the way that they bowled. And then, when it came to batting, you know, they just panicked. Okay. So Hanigori going for a big shot. It's not there. Goes straight to the fielder. One more run added, 124. I think U.S. All-Star just need to learn that, you know, back-to-back. Last year they were in the semifinal. The last over, I remember, bowled by Badri. He conceded about 20 to 22 runs in the last over, and then they fell short by about 10 to 12 runs. It cost them big time. And same thing happened today. I'm not saying that, you know, they could have controlled it, but of course better bowling efforts meant that 20 or 30 less runs to chase, and things would have been different. So most of these batsmen that you have seen, the way that they got out was the pressure of the required run rate, which initially was no more than 7. But, you know, they brought it upon themselves, did not rotate, didn't hit enough boundaries. That really cost them the game. So U.S. All-Stars, you know, he has 2 more overs left. The last 2 overs and the required run rate is 20 now. They have to score 20 in each of those 2 overs in order to win this game. Mission impossible. It is, you know, mathematically it is possible. Yes. And you can hit 36, so, but can you score that against Wayne Parnell?
So Parnell comes back into the attack. And so 40 to win from 11 balls. Man on strike is Hanigori, and Wayne Parnell would have played a lot more one-day internationals, 65 of them, than he did in Test for South Africa. Only played a handful of Tests, 6 or 7, and so seems to have been always preferred to play in the white ball stuff. And Bilal, Wayne Parnell is not the only South African here. In fact, we've seen the likes of Dane Pete, the off spinner. He has come to the tournament with a bit of a short dreadlock. Yeah. And also we've seen Cody Chetty, a man who would have played first class level in South Africa and represented the Dolphins in Ram Slam in South Africa. That is their domestic T20.
So players from around the world have
that's a big shot from Damian Rowe. He does have some fight left in him. Although it doesn't seem he'll get support from anyone else. But Damian Rowe, we saw him the other night. Even when he was injured, he does have some shots in his armory. And he's really brought out the big guns there today. That's a lovely shot down the ground for 6.
But that too against the likes of Wayne Parnell. So it was a U.S. Open fantasy maximum there. Parnell makes a strong comeback. He played towards long on and wanted to score 2 runs, and then is that a run out? That was a great throw right on target.
So Samuels, the umpire, will come to repair the little bit of a disruption caused to the timber. And the stumps lighting up, the bail, and also the base of the stump. So a lot of lights there. I wonder who's paying that light bill.
Yeah, so straight to the Waddish-Smith-off area. 1 more run conceded. Wayne Parnell, I mean, he won 2 Man of the Match awards. I'm sure he's the happy customer. He knows that he needs to come back and do the same thing tomorrow. It's not over yet for him.
Yeah, of course. Speaking of that, we'll have to figure out who becomes the player of the match. We've seen very good performance from Chris Gayle and Stephen Taylor, so I would want to suspect it could be one of either Gayle or Stephen Taylor. And speaking of awards, I'm wondering if Gayle's home or house has places for any more awards.
I'm sure he's storing them in the basement because they're piling up, and you know this is how it goes. Maybe the wife is saying, you know, we don't have any more place.
So he bought a house just for that. I've been told he bought a house just for that, just for the Christopher Henry Gayle Awards. I'm pretty sure upstairs, downstairs, and in the basement, they're full of awards and accolades afforded to none other than Christopher Henry Gayle. And quite fittingly, he has been given the last over here. So what a way for the Atlanta Param Veers to honor one of the greatest to have ever played cricket, and that's the man right there, 333, Christopher Gayle.
Yeah, it's not easy to maintain that type of performance throughout the years. I mean, at this age, as you can see, he still has energy. He still wants to go out and celebrate with his players and teammates. He's not intimidated or that, you know, he's... There we go. So the last over now, and then Gayle, he's still on it.
Yeah,
That's
Christopher
great.
Gayle, and not only Bilal, he's one of the best in the world. He's a very, very, very approachable guy, very humble individual. And if you talk to Gayle, if you're asking for a picture, whatever the autograph, I see him around the ground, and he's available every second. As soon as he sits down, somebody wants a picture, Gayle readily gets up, does what he needs to do, smile, and take all the pictures in the world. And he does it with no fuss. You don't hear that sometimes. You've heard stories from other celebrity, not only cricketers, but you know what I'm talking about. Sometimes they're not that approachable sometimes, and they get angry and they get, but Chris Gayle has really been a gentle giant, so to speak. Very lovable man, great human being.
Yeah, he's one of those that seem like he enjoys that type of attention. You know, I've seen him all over the ground, you know, where spectators, you know, they came to him, and I have not seen him saying no to anybody.
Yeah, I passed him today and I said, Henry Gayle, and he goes, Wagwan. So, and he doesn't know me and I don't know him, but you know, he's such an approachable guy. He's one of the guys, as a celebrity, you will not be afraid to go and ask, can you pose for a picture? Can you sign this autograph? Not Gayle. He's a wonderful man.
Yep.
So this will do it. And Gayle serves up a ball, but who cares? No one is gonna bother to go after that ball. It's all done and dusted. And so the Atlanta Param Veers are the finalists, and they will meet 22 yards in the grand final championship game tomorrow. Atlanta Param Veers, they win by 19 runs, and that's the end of proceedings here. US All-Stars, along with Somerset Cavaliers, have been knocked out of the tournament. With the news, the Atlanta Param Veers will face 22 yards in the final of the US Open 2020 series. And there we go, Bilal.
So the only notable batsman here, we have Rizwan Chima, 36 of 19. Damien Rowe, not out, 29 of 25. And then Jasper Malhotra, 22 of 22, but not enough for US All-Stars to chase down the difficult target. So this is it for the coverage, and you know, we will see you guys again tomorrow. So just in a few minutes, we will have the presentation for the Man of the Match award, and then we'll proceed out for the game tomorrow. It's a big game tomorrow for the grand finale. Stay tuned.
It's on or I just
Yeah,
put
it's
it
on.
I'm ready? Taylor. Taylor. Yeah.
The name, we'll do the same drill with his team. We'll have them walk, like Stephen Taylor, and
Yeah. Let me know who's gonna decide when I go. Who's gonna decide when I go?
oh no. First, the ladies have to be here.
And
the
Taylor.
guy, he'll give you a signal because we're on that one.
Oh, you gotta get Taylor too. You gotta get Taylor.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah.
That's fine, yeah. 5 minutes?
Yeah. Because they're also celebrating. Keep our distance. Yeah. So we'll stay away, and one by one we'll come.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you to the post-match presentation of the Atlanta Param Veers and the U.S. All-Stars. We've seen another cracking semi-final, and with the news, 22 yards will now meet at the Atlanta Param Veers in tomorrow's all-important final. For your viewing sake, we would like to introduce a couple of individuals to help us through with this presentation ceremony. Want to call on Mr. Zahir Khan, Regional Director of Cricket Council USA. Zahir Khan. All right, so this is Mr. Zahir Khan, Director of Cricket Council USA. And we would like to call on the stage a couple of individuals, starting with Seema Desai Patel, CEO of the Atlanta Param Veers. And also would like to call Rabina Patel and also Jayesh Patel, all of the Atlanta Param Veers. I want to say congratulations to the Atlanta Param Veers. You're into the final of the all-important US Open 2020. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to present to you the player of the series. We did have some candidates that could have gone either way. We've seen the work of the Universe boss. He got 65 runs today. Put on a big partnership with Stephen Taylor, who got 31. And Stephen Taylor came back to get 3 wickets for 22 runs. In the end, the adjudicators have decided that the player of the match, the award goes to none other than local boy, U.S. national player, Stephen Taylor. All right, Stephen, congratulations, good knock. You've put your team into the final, Atlanta Param Veers into the final. First of all, I want to ask you, I know you've been here many times, so I can't ask you how is the U.S. Open. You know what the U.S. Open is. My question to you, what it is to be batting with the Universe boss today?
Well, it's a great experience. It's one of my childhood, person I always looked up to, and to have the chance to bat with him is a great experience.
Did Chris Gayle inspire you today to keep going?
Yeah, of course, because once you bat with the big boss, you know that he's going to get away with some balls. So you don't really have to pressure yourself. So you just go there and just play in a natural game.
So I know you had a lot of mid-wicket conversation with Gayle. Tell us one thing he told you today that probably will stand out as you leave this ground tonight.
Well, the main thing he told me today was keep my shape.
Keep your shape.
Yeah, keep my shape.
All right, Stephen Taylor, you've come up with another match-winning performance, 81-run partnership with the Universe boss. What are your plans for tomorrow?
Simple, just win the game.
Win the game. Now, 22 yards, you've played with and against many of the players on the 22 yards, Trevon Griffith, Jesse Singh, a lot of the Guyanese boys. What you think will be the plan tomorrow from the Atlanta Param Veers? I know that will be sorted out tonight, but personally, what you have seen that you could contribute tomorrow against 22 yards?
Me personally, just batting through the innings like I did before. And with my bowling, I would say more bowling to the left-handers, because we didn't have any off-spinners bowling to the left-handers last time, and they got away with a few boundaries, and now for sure they can't hit me.
All right, our final question. Tell us about the U.S. Open this year.
This year, U.S. Open was great, man. It was a lovely experience. Some good teams are here. And the biggest upset today was the Cavaliers lost today in their first semifinals. And we're here.
All right, Stephen Taylor, congratulations, and certainly congratulations to the Atlanta Param Veers. All right, best of luck to the Atlanta Param Veers and 22 yard. That concludes our presentation tonight. And we will now hand the check over to Stephen Taylor, a check for $500 US for the player of the match. What time is starting tomorrow, 10 or 10:30? All right, so congratulations, Stephen Taylor. Congratulations, Atlanta Param Veers. That concludes our post-match presentation. Remember, the grand final tomorrow. Coverage begins at 10, and we'll see you there. On behalf of Cricket Council USA, I hope you have enjoyed your game today, and join us tomorrow for Championship Day. Goodbye, good night,